Chapter 876. 344 Wake Up. Mr. Lance observed the silver needles in by Lien's hands. In the past 2 years, Mr. Lance had also been studying the meridians of the human body in Chinese medicine, exploring how acupuncture could change pathology. He had tried the acupuncture of a sitting doctor in Xiankong Clinic, and even though it was Dr. Hen, there were slight differences from Bai Lien's methods, but later Bai Lien went to Jiang University, so there were fewer opportunities to observe. Now seeing Bai Lien take out the silver needles, Mr. Lance knew he had come at the right time. Downstairs, Mao Kuan spoke in place of Mr. Lance, holding car keys in his hand, looking towards Jiang Shijue. The machine Mr. Lance brought is downstairs. Sorry for the inconvenience. Mao Kuan raised his gaze, his eyes piercing through his blonde hair, showing a degree of seriousness. He did not appear as carefree as he had several days before. His demeanor had visibly changed. You first come in with me. Bai Lien took the coat from Ming Dongheng's hands, casually throwing on one, and tossed another to Mr. Lance. Mao Kuan, go down and bring it up. Both men briskly put on their coats and went inside. Previously, when a Luo family entered, Ming Dongheng accompanied them, but now Bai Lien was leading Mr. Lance inside. Yet Ming Dongheng seemed assured. He directly said to Mao Kuan, let's go. Together with Mao Kuan, he went downstairs to move the equipment. Jiang Shijue and Gao Shu did not understand what they meant, exchanged glances, and followed them. Behind them, Jiang Yunjian looked back several times, still frowning. Director Jiang, are we just leaving them here? Jiang Shijue did not answer and walked straight downstairs. Jiang Filai trusted Bai Lien, and Jiang Shijue also greatly trusted Ming Dongheng. Jiang Yunjian gritted his teeth and followed behind Jiang Shijue. Downstairs, a mid-sized truck was parked. The back door of the truck was open, holding 4 separate silver machines. The outermost machine was a highly sci-fi, cylindrical shape. Inside it was a liquid crystal display. At the tail of the truck stood a foreigner, jabbering in a rolled tongue, and when he saw Mao Kuan approaching, his eyes lit up, grabbing his sleeve, *#ad. Mao Kuan scratched his head. Brother, speak Chinese. He did not understand, but Gao Shu and Jiang Shijue beside him heard clearly. L Knight 3, Shijue. Did he say this is L Knight 3? Gao Shu was somewhat dazed. It seems so. Jiang Shijue came to his senses, quickly went forward to communicate with the foreigner, and contacted the doctor while directing people downstairs to move the dispersed machine upstairs. The equipment was very heavy, but Mao Kuan and Ming Dongheng each carried 2 components upstairs with ease. They moved them so effortlessly, so much so that Jiang Yunjian and the others thought they were not very heavy. Jiang Yunjian directly bent down to lift a small device. Couldn't lift it? He maintained the posture of lifting the item, then somewhat dazedly turned back to look at the already disappeared figures of Mao Kuan and Ming Dongheng. It was just past 9 at night. Dingu was called by Jiang Ziju's phone. He lived in the backyard of the Jiang family, so he arrived quickly. In less than 10 minutes, he reached downstairs. Dingu, Jiang Shijue, not very knowledgeable about these medical matters, met Dingu downstairs and let him up. It seems like L Knight 3 has arrived, and they are assembling and connecting it to power. Speaking thus, the two arrived at the instrument room. Dingu immediately saw the middle-aged man directing others to assemble the equipment with his back towards them. Dr. Ambrose? Hi. Ambrose turned around, clearly recognizing Dingu as well. The two exchanged a few words, and then Dingu came out, looking towards Jiang Shijue. Ambrose is now the chief in charge at MTR. This machine is their earliest invention, but how did you manage to invite them? Mr. Lance's student. Mr. Lance is a distinguished guest of the Dawson family. You might not know him, but Miss Chen surely must have. The Miss Chen he referred to was naturally Chen Beixian. Mr. Lance? Jiang Shijue recalled that Ming Dongheng had called the man upstairs Mr. Lance, and he said, it wasn't me. It was Miss Bai who found him, that Mr. Lance is upstairs with Miss Bai now. Upon hearing Jiang Shijue say this, Dingu hurried upstairs. Everyone went upstairs. Jiang Yunjian stood beside Jiang Shijue, somewhat dazed, turned to look at Jiang Shijue. Director Jiang, this missed by Shi. Jiang Shijue did not speak. This matter was unexpected, yet within the realm of reason for him. The assembly of L-Night 3 was rapid. By midnight, the results Mr. Lance wanted were out. Dean Gu, unfamiliar with the research on L-Night 3, stood by attentively listening to Mr. Lance and Dr. Ambrose analyze the results. Mr. Lance used English throughout. Bai Lian used Chinese throughout. That's it. Mr. Lance looked at the needle near Jiang Fulai's nostril, slowly turned to Bai Lian, his gaze intense. Simply put, there is no damage to his cerebral functions, but when you applied the needle, there were significant changes in his brain waves. Keep on applying the needles. Bai Lian applied 2 more needles. Upon hearing Mr. Lance say there were changes when the needles were applied, she finally set her mind at ease. Indeed, it was as she had expected. She extended her hand, slowly extracting the 3rd silver needle, her gaze falling on his inch pulse. Her face serious and pale. A fine sheen of sweat emerged on her forehead, hidden behind the white mask. The machine beeped again. Mr. Lance and Dean Gu, among others, hardly dared to breathe, watching the machine intently. Only Bai Lian, still composed, pulled out another needle and focused her gaze as she inserted the 4th one. The others at the top level had already dispersed, leaving only Gao Shu, Jiang Shijue, and Ming Dongheng. Alien, has she also studied Chinese medicine? Gao Shu hadn't expected that the one applying the needles would be Bai Lian, especially since even the old master of the Luo family wouldn't dare to do so lightly. Ming Dongheng, without turning around, simply said, "You know about Xian Kong, right, from Miss Bai?" "I know." All these were stated by Director Chun. The method for myopia that is known to everyone now. Finally, Ming Dongheng glanced at Gao Shu, was initiated by Miss Bai's teachings. This was not widely known. The public face of Xian Kong was Hen Jiwei, a persuasive authority. Gao Shu and Jiang Shijue had heard of the myopia method from Xian Kong, marveling at the magic of Chinese medicine, wondering why they had never heard of it before. To think that this actually originated from Bai Lian? The next day, a message spread like wildfire. Rumors had it that quantum physics authority Ma Tongfeng died at the research facility, and at the same time, the head of the Dark Matter Institute also fell into a coma. Overnight, these 2 messages spread across the entire network. Not just Jiang University and the Research Institute, even ordinary people saw it. Pu Xiaoan, a media professional, was always highly sensitive to such news. She was closely acquainted with Bai Lian and others. She knew better than anyone to whom the CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute belonged. Upon receiving this news, she quickly got up from room 303, called Bai Lian, and went to Jiang University to find Bai Lian. Families large and small throughout Jiangjing had almost all received this explosive news. Mu family. Mu Yining had just gotten out of bed, hastily grabbing her coat and heading outside. How many people know by now? Where did the message come from? Thinking about it, Mu Yining also felt that Bai Lian had been behaving somewhat unusually these past few days. It's everywhere. Foreign media took advantage of the night to spread this news. Assistant Wang followed Mu Yining's pace. Many foreign research institutes are seizing this opportunity to penetrate our internal circles. And about that person from the Jiang family, could it really be a disaster? The Mu family had slowly started establishing a research institute, hiring 20 professors over the last 6 months, with Zhou Wenqing leading the charge. They had also built up a considerable foundation. Knowing a bit about internal affairs, CRFS affairs, even Assistant Wang had heard about them. I don't know. Mu Yining took her car keys and sent a WeChat message to Bai Lian, turning her head to inquire, "How about Xiaojun? He's speaking with the old master in the prayer hall. He probably doesn't know about this yet." Assistant Wang knew that Ji Xiaojun was like Bai Lian. They both didn't tend to follow the news much. Mu Yining got into the car. "We'll tell him when he comes out." She looked down at her phone. No reply yet from Bai Lian. 7 a.m. Jiang family's neighboring street. Private hospital, top floor. Bai Lian had not left since last night. After administering the needles, feeling weak herself, she stayed next door. Dean Gu and Mr. Lance went to study the method of needling she used. At that moment, Bai Lian was in the stairway, taking a call from Yu Xinjing. The stairway was empty, but had good sound absorption and had no echo. On the phone, Yu Xinjing's voice was soft. "Junior sister, the news about the teacher couldn't be kept a secret. The Institute has decided to hold a memorial service for him in 3 days." A memorial service. Bai Lian held the phone to her ear, leaning against the wall, eyes slightly closed. Having barely slept all night, her voice sounded hoarse. "Okay, things might get chaotic." Yu Xinjing took a deep breath. "As his final disciple, you will need to attend. I prepared everything for you. The teacher entrusted his life's work to you. It's a heavy burden. It won't be easy, with many dissenters at the Institute," considered Yu Xinjing, knowing Bai Lian was only 20. "Don't worry, both your junior brother and I will help you." Bai Lian was still young. Yu Xinjing knew she would have a hard time. Academician Ma had left too abruptly. There was supposed to be one more person to help stabilize the scene for you, considered an ageless friend of the teacher, but Yu Xinjing stopped there, not continuing, but instead steadied his mood. "Come to Jiang University later. He'll explain more to you." Academician Ma's memorial service. Bai Lian's participation was too crucial. "I understand." Bai Lian looked up towards the hallway. She hung up the phone, walking in the direction of the hospital ward. Inside the ward, the curtains were not yet drawn. Sunlight seeped through a small gap, falling on the room's white tiles. The caretaker, as usual, came to record his physical condition and, having recorded everything, moved to the curtains and drew them open. Next to him, the equipment continued to emit regular sounds. Sunlight suddenly flooded the room, spreading brightly over the white sheets. The person on the hospital bed had his eyes closed, his complexion pale, devoid of any hint of color, long eyelashes casting a shadow on his eyelids. Seemingly stimulated by the sunlight, his eyelashes quivered. Slowly, they opened. Chapter 877. The Methods of That Young Master Jiang. Number 345 by Lian pushed the door open. At the edge between light and shadow, she saw the sunrise outside the window. The light, neither intense nor passionate, lazily spilled beside the bed. On the bed, the person who had been in a coma had already removed the four from his left hand. Propped up by his right hand, he sat on the edge of the bed, his wrist thin and bony. It seemed that he heard the sound of someone entering. His pale eyes lifted slightly, gazing in the direction of the door. Backlit, Bai Lian couldn't quite make out the person's features, but she saw him sit up with the support of the bed. The nursing attendant, holding a pen and a record book, stood a few steps away from the bed. Wanting to help the patient up, yet deterred by his cold demeanor, the attendant didn't dare to approach. Bai Lian still stood at the entrance of the ward, while Zhang Fulai sat on the bed. Across the distance of several meters, he gazed unwaveringly at her, as if thousands of years had passed. Awake, after a long while, Bai Lian walked in with a composed expression. She helped to raise the head of the bed. The attendant reacted and immediately dashed out the door to call the attending physician. After lying in bed for so long, Zhang Fulai felt a slight numbness in his limbs. His gaze only followed Bai Lian, and his voice was hoarse as he spoke. "How long have I been unconscious?" Bai Lian poured a cup of water and handed it to him. "More than half a month." "More than half a month." Zhang Fulai took the water, drank a sip, set the cup down, sat up, and looked carefully at Bai Lian. She appeared the same as before, but the once brilliantly dark eyes now had a layer of faint redness. He guessed that she hadn't had a good night's sleep during this time. Zhang Fulai's expression darkened. He slowly reached out to arrange the loose strands of hair on her left side that were not tied up. "Get some sleep first. We'll talk about the rest later." The numerous doctors of the Jiang family, upon hearing that Zhang Fulai had awoken, rushed over immediately. At the door, they were stopped by Ming Dongying. Jiang Shijue had all the people of the Jiang family wait obediently in the corridor, not daring to enter. "This," Jiang Shijue whispered, handing the furnace cauldron to Ming Dongying. "You asked me to bring this." Ming Dongheng took the furnace cauldron, then, without knocking, carefully pushed the door open just a crack, and silently slipped inside. Jiang Shiju had dared to take a glimpse. Inside the room, Jiang Fulai, dressed in black, soft loungewear, lean and upright, was sitting quietly in front of the bed. The curtains in the ward had been drawn again, darkening the room, and the person on the bed had changed. Ming Dongheng didn't dare to look further, merely bending down to hand the furnace cauldron to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai took it and placed it on the bedside table. With downcast pale eyes and without much speech, he quietly lit the incense inside the furnace cauldron. Ming Dongheng bowed and retreated, exiting the room once more. In the room, as the smoke from the sedative incense rose, Jiang Fulai's eyes looked down at Bai Lian, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her long lashes covered her eyelids, but her brows were still slightly furrowed. He barely lifted his hand, his cool fingertips touching her forehead. As he watched her furrowed brow smooth out, his fingers slowly descended, tracing over her nose to her reddened lips. It seemed she was indeed exhausted. Normally, the presence of another person in the ward, no matter who, would awaken her. Jiang Fulai thought quietly, then lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on the corner of her lips. Only then did he pull up the thin blanket a bit and stood up to walk outside. "You've finally woken up." Jiang Shijue relaxed upon seeing Jiang Fulai. Heaven knows how panicked he was when he got the news at 5 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Fulai was absolutely crucial whether to the Jiang family, the Aerospace Research Institute, or even the Dark Matter Institute. If he hadn't woken up, there would indeed have been a reshuffling. Jiang Fulai's face was slightly pale, lacking in color, but his presence was undiminished. How is the Research Institute now? He slowly made his way to the adjoining restroom. "News about Academician Ma, and you leaked out this morning," Jiang Shijue followed. "Last night, my attempt to get information from the Luo family got out. From what we've seen, both the Xiang family and the Gao family seem to be involved." The Xiang family, the Gao family. Jiang Fulai walked into the restroom and reached for his clothes. He paused and continued to inquire, "What else?" It said that the Research Institute is planning to split and sign a contract with the Xiang family. This was what Jiang Shijue had heard from Su Nanjing. The Xiang family had always collaborated with foreign enterprises, and their laboratories recruited international students, promoting the banner of science above all. However, Academician from the Research Institute had always received high support, and the Xiang family couldn't gain much from it, especially with Jiang Fulai as an overbearing presence. Now that the news about Academician Ma couldn't be contained, the Xiang family sought to rise above. If Academician Ma's team truly signed a contract with the Xiang family, then 20 years of his research outcomes could be taken by the Xiang family for transactions with foreign countries. Chapter 878 345 Young Master Jiang's Method _2 Jiang Fulai's eyes were cold as he listened to Jiang Shijue reporting everything that had happened during his long unconsciousness. Only after listening did he take his clothes and bathe in the resting room. Meanwhile, Gao Shu, Su Nanjing, and others had all called Ming Dongheng to ask if Jiang Fulai had woken up. Ming Dongheng only told Gao Shu, not saying a word to the others. At the same time, in Yu Xinzheng's office, he was pressing his temples, making one phone call after another. With the incident involving Scholar Ma, his top-level sect was almost about to dissolve. Thankfully, both Yu Xinzheng and Huang Yushua had completed their training and could still hold the fort somewhat. However, the items under Scholar Ma's name were hard to keep safe, especially Ma Jiren. If he were to cooperate with the Xiang family, it would be akin to handing over Scholar Moss and his last research to others. Naturally, Yu Xinjing hoped that Bai Lian would withstand the pressure and gain recognition from the Institute to carry on Scholar Moss' final research. Everyone knew that Scholar Moss' last phone call was made to Bai Lian. He definitely left her some details about the research. When the time comes, the pressure on Bai Lian would be immense. To help her get safely through all this, having him and Huang Yushua alone would not be nearly enough. Oldly, Yu Xinjing stood by the window, calling someone he knew. The day after tomorrow, at the teacher's memorial service, my younger school sister will come, and my younger school brother, and I will introduce her to everyone, a direct younger school sister. Right? He hung up the phone. Yu Xinjing's expression remained very grave. Most of his friends had agreed to come, which was somewhat of a statement. But the Xiang family and the Ming family were both waiting to grab share. The younger school sister is just a freshman. Yu Xinjing picked up a cell phone and said softly, "She doesn't have many people around her. This hurdle, it won't be easy to cross." Scholar Ma hadn't had the chance to pave the way for her. Jiang Fulai woke up, but did not return to the Jiang family. After his bath, he cooperated with the doctor to check his body. Both Lance and Director Gu came as well. The two were very interested in Jiang Fulai's physical condition, studying his data intently along with the data from Bai Lian's acupuncture last night, estimating that a paper was about to emerge. Director Gu would not dare to write a paper on young Master Jiang. But Lance did not have the same reservations as Director Gu. After drawing a tube of blood, he directly asked Jiang Fulai, "Jiang, can I report this study?" Director Gu, hearing Lance be so direct, was startled. Of course, he didn't know that Lance was on good terms with Bai Lian and had even saved Bai Lian's aunt, giving him considerable importance. Jiang Fulai slowly rolled down his sleeve, his movements neither hurried nor slow, glancing at Lance. "Ask her." Those two casual words carried his usual indifference. "Oh, then he'll wait for Bai to wake up." Lance took the blood for analysis. Jiang Fulai stood up and walked toward the hospital room where Bai Lian was sleeping again. Bai Lian had always had unstable sleep, and during the time he was unconscious, it was evident that she had hardly slept well. She was still in deep sleep from morning till now. Jiang Fulai had come twice and hadn't noticed. He stood in front of her bed, looking down at Bai Lian's sleeping face, not in a hurry to deal with the lab matters. On the bedside cabinet, Bai Lian's phone lit up. Jiang Fulai had set it to silent mode while she was sleeping. Jiang Fulai intended to hang up the call, but upon seeing the caller, he paused, taking Bai Lian's phone to the corridor and answered. The caller was Yu Xinjing. Bai Lian had saved his name as Professor Yu. He had told Bai Lian about the memorial service in the morning and asked her to see him later, but Bai Lian had not contacted him yet. Upon being answered, Yu Xinjing began, "Where are you?" Jiang Fulai stood in the corridor, gesturing for the doctor to leave first. He raised his hand, took the glasses Ming Dongheng had just brought from downstairs. "She's sleeping." His voice was still cold, but the low timbre and the presence that even the internet lines could not block. It was too distinctive. "Sorry, I called the wrong number," Yu Xinjing blurted out subconsciously. But as a meticulous researcher, Yu Xinjing believed he would not make such a low-level mistake. He looked down at his phone again. The call page showed 3 words, "Younger school sister." It was correct. "Young Master Jiang?" Yu Xinjing hesitated. A hallucination? Wasn't it said that Jiang Fulai also had more bad luck than good? And why was the younger school sister's phone transmitting his voice? "It's me," Jiang Fulai signaled Ming Dongheng to take the computer to the adjacent resting room. His middle finger pushed the frame of his glasses. Walking to the next room, "Scholar Yu, did you need her for something? They'll pass on the message when she wakes." Yu Xinjing finally confirmed. It was really Jiang Fulai. "I'm looking for the younger school sister." Surprised though he was, Yu Xinjing hadn't even started to wonder why the reportedly luckless Jiang Fulai was unharmed. He simply said, "I wanted her to come today to discuss the matter about the teacher." The teacher had mentioned conducting the apprenticeship ceremony upon his return, but he left too hastily, so we're taking this opportunity during the memorial service to formally introduce the younger school sister to the public. Yu Xinjing was straightforward. It shouldn't have been so urgent, but Scholar Ma's research urgently needed a leader. Jiang Fulai patiently listened, then spoke. "I will pass on the message." "Thank you." Yu Xinjing politely expressed his gratitude. Jiang Fulai's gaze turned towards the hospital room door, speaking very indifferently. "Don't let the news of my awakening spread." Although it was through the phone, Yu Xinjing felt a chill run down his spine hearing this sentence. "All right, he responded, then hung up the call. The moment he hung up, he took a deep breath. He had heard rumors in the morning about Jiang Fulai not having a good relationship with Scholar Ma. News that he didn't know who had released, but Yu Xinjing was aware that whoever released it had a malicious intent. But now, many people had forgotten the old skills of young Master Jiang. Chapter 879. Little Sister 346 Shanghai Apartment. Mu Yining had been waiting in 303 all morning, but Bai Lian hadn't come back. Auntie Mu, Zhang Xiai's, who was supposed to return to Xiangqing in the past 2 days, decided to stay because Bai Lian hadn't gone back. He felt something was wrong, so he continued reading at Shanghai Apartment. You should have some tea first. Yin Lu chose to stay at the newly built airport and train station in Xiangqing for 2 more days to welcome passengers. Mu Yining took the cup, feeling uneasy. After finishing the water, she took her phone to the balcony and called Bai Lian again. After ringing twice, the call was connected. Alien, Mu Yining breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay now? On the other end of the phone was still Jiang Fulai, whose voice was as indifferent as ever. She's sleeping. Composed, yet carrying his characteristic aloofness. Mr. Jiang. Mu Yining recognized the voice and leaned against the balcony. Jiang Fulai responded indifferently, lighting incense in a makeshift study room, the light mist enveloping his eyebrows and eyes. He only asked her one question. Does Yuzhou base know? Mu Yining instinctively stood up straight. The base from 18 years ago? Yuzhou base, where Mu Qiong had perished at the base of the snowy mountains. After that, the Mu family was left unaware of such scientific research news. It's been rebuilt, Jiang Fulai said casually. The base was damaged this time, and some researchers were lost. If the Mu family needs a quota, bring the list to the Jiang family. Mu Yining hung up the phone, stunned. Exiting the balcony, she saw Zhang Xiai's opening the door. In came a bald man holding 2 iron boxes. Seeing Mu Yining, Zhang Xiai's patted the man and introduced him. Old Li, this is Annie Mu. The man quickly scratched his head and bowed to Mu Yining. Annie Mu, hello. Li Sheng, you can call me Little Li. Mu Yining, holding her phone, looked at the man who was not younger than herself, yet called her Auntie Mu, suddenly feeling her seniority infinitely elevated. Gao family. Gao Yi sat in the tea room, holding a teacup in his hand. Opposite him was a white-haired old man who, smiling, poured himself another cup of tea. As for that person from the Jiang family, you probably know more than I do. The Science Academy is too big for the Xiang family to handle alone. There were plenty of people who wanted what Mr. Ma from the Ma Institute held in his possession. Old Xiang, according to Professor Ma, Mr. Ma's belongings are left to his junior disciple. The voice of Gao Yi slightly deepened his heart wary. That's Bai Lian. He had suffered too many losses at her hands. That's nothing. Old Xiang, the dean, tapped the teapot and leisurely picked up his teacup. I've already found someone to take control of her family. Mr. Gao, this opportunity only comes once. Otherwise, when he wakes up, Dean Xiang's gaze deepened as he looked at Gao Yi, the implication in his words very clear. Who he referred to was obvious without saying. Both the Gao and the Xiang families were trying to squeeze into that position. Previously, the presence of the Jiang family prevented them from rising. Now that Jiang Fulai was in a coma, others seemed less important to Dean Xiang. Dean, give me a moment to think. Gao Yi saw Dean Xiang out the door. He stood on the steps, his gaze profound. His phone rang. It was Gao Shu's call. What part did you take in the Mu family matter? After Jiang Fulai woke up, Gao Shu managed to divert some attention to manage the affairs of the Gao family. Gao Yi had casually probed for quite a bit of information in the past few days, and he was probing with this call as well. Having figured this out, Gao Shu simply stated, for the upcoming matters, it'd be good if the Gao family could clear itself. She left it at that. Dusk, Bai Lian woke up. She pushed open the door of the ward where Ming Dongheng was standing outside, talking to Su Nanjing. Seeing Bai Lian come out, Su Nanjing immediately stood up straight. Sister Alien, you're awake? Then pointed to the next room. Brother Jiang is in there. The next room was the temporary study. With Jiang Fulai in a coma for so long, a pile of matters had accumulated. The Jiang family, Su family, and Chun family were all lined up waiting. When Bai Lian entered the study, Chun Beixian was standing 3 meters from the desk, bowing his head, waiting for Jiang Fulai to finish reading a document. Jiang Fulai tapped the document lightly with his fingertips, his expression icy, until someone entered from outside. The light in his pale eyes softened slightly. "Mr. Ma's memorial service is the day after tomorrow." His voice also softened a few degrees. The temperature in the room finally rose a few degrees, and Chun Beixian couldn't resist rubbing his arms and leaving the study. Not until the door was closed did he recover. Mr. Ma's memorial service. Chun Beixian dared not ask Jiang Fulai, but turned his head to look at Su Nanjing. "Mr. Ma." Chapter 880. Little Sister 346_2. Su Nanjing's lips pursed slightly, but he remained silent. Among them, he was the one who knew Scholar Ma the best. In the study, Bai Lian sat on the sofa, while Jiang Fulai put down what he was handling, squatted beside the coffee table, handed her the mobile phone, and leisurely began to make tea. Bai Lian uttered a sound of acknowledgement. She bowed her head, scrolling through WeChat on her phone. A pile of unread messages. She glanced at them. There were messages from Ning Xiao and Pu Xiaoan, and also from Director Huang and Yu Xinjing. "Professor, you will give you Scholar Ma's personal seal," Jiang Fulai said calmly as he steeped the tea, and then poured the brewed tea into a white porcelain cup. The color was very clear. "There will be many people at the memorial. Do you want to take over?" He looked up, his light-colored eyes quietly observing her. If she did not want to take over, he would let this farce end. When he initially introduced her to Scholar Ma, he felt it would be a waste if she did not pursue this line of work, but he also did not block her path. He felt extremely proud when he introduced Bai Lian to Scholar Ma. Yet, he was very casual about pushing Scholar Ma toward Bai Lian. But Bai Lian again chose this path. Watching him make tea, Jiang Fulai's method was very traditional, both elegant and composed, and the color of the tea was also appealing. After he finished, she picked up the cup he had filled, took a sip, and looked up. "I want Scholar Ma's computer." On the day of the memorial service, the spot next to the institute had been designated for the event. At the entrance, a black and white photo was displayed, flanked by white chrysanthemums on both sides. By the time Bai Lian arrived, both Yu Xinjing and Director Huang were waiting at the entrance, each with a white chrysanthemum pinned to their chest, and several people invited by Yu Xinjing stood behind them. Yu Xinjing looked around, but the person who came with Bai Lian was not Jiang Fulai. Instead, several young people, and some familiar professors. Jiang Fulai was not with her. Yu Xinjing was very surprised. He walked in with Bai Lian, and only when she was paying her respect to Scholar Ma did he softly ask Huang Yushua about this matter. Director Huang, who understood both Scholar Ma and Jiang Fulai, watched as Bai Lian placed the incense. His gaze then shifted to the people behind Bai Lian. They were the colleagues who had entered the school with Bai Lian, and a few others that Huang Yushua had only seen a few times around Bai Lian and were not very familiar with. Director Huang's gaze returned to the black and white photo beside him, his voice somber. "She does not need the support of the Jiang family." Yu Xinjing tilted his head, thinking more realistically, "But if he is not here, will Ma Jiren and Director Xiang sign the document?" Thinking of these two, he asked the assistant for news about them. The assistant had just received a message and whispered, "Professor Ma is in the lounge meeting Professor Andy and others." "Take me there first," Yu Xinjing said, struggling to contain his anger. The voice was soft, but Bai Lian heard it. Yet she still had to pay respects to Scholar Ma, and she continued to do so respectfully. After the ceremony, she then turned her head and looked towards Director Huang. "Take me to Ma Jiren." In a lounge next to the memorial service, Gao Yi was gathered with Dean Xiang and others, laughing as he said to the people of the Ming family, "Principal Ming, rest assured this project will definitely not put your Ming family at a disadvantage." Principal Ming also smiled, feeling a sense of relief internally. ever since the Yu family and when family formed an alliance, and Ming Zongyao allied with the Yu family until the end, the Wen family was becoming more successful while the Ming family declined. Could find no way out. As there was finally a clear path, the Ming family naturally grasped it firmly. Mr. Gao, I certainly trust you. Ming Zongyao sat down again. There were very few people at the scene who were genuinely grieving, including Ma Jiren. They all treated the memorial service for Academician Ma as a venue for exchanging resources and information. Calling it an exchange meeting was rather a final gesture to advertise using Academician Ma, gathering more people, landing the highest level cooperation. There were also 3 foreigners on site, representatives from the scientific communities of M country, Y country, and our country. Next to Gao E, Ma Jiren stood up and shook hands with the foreign man in the middle, speaking fluent English. Professor Andy, it's a pleasure to collaborate. They chatted happily. Just then, the door was pushed open from outside. Everyone in the lounge looked toward the door in surprise and saw Yu Xinjing. They all instinctively stood up. Yu Xinjing controlled nuclear resources. Seeing him, everyone instinctively felt intimidated. Academician Yu, your timing is perfect. Ma Jiren looked indifferently at Yu Xinjing, standing aside, and introduced the foreigner. This is Professor Andy. I was just about to introduce him to you. Yu Xinjing didn't speak, his gaze fixated on the contracts lying in front of Ma Jiren, intense and sharp. It was the Yuzhou base and the 925 project. Yu Xinjing didn't know the specifics of the secret 925 project, but he knew Bai Lian was also a member. As for the Yuzhou base, Yu Xinjing was very clear. It was the base where his teacher had passed away. Ma Jiren. Yu Xinjing was not trying to ingratiate himself with Ma Jiren. The 925 project cannot be transferred. Junior sister will officially take over the 925. Concerning the Yuzhou base, with Jiang Fulai there, Yu Xinjing wasn't worried. Upon hearing junior sister, the smile on Ma Jiren's face completely disappeared. Gao Yi also spoke coolly. Academician Yu, the 925 project is currently leaderless. Collaborating with Professor Andy is the best strategy. The mineral resources Mr. Andy controls are beyond your imagination. And doesn't your project base lack uranium? As for your referred junior sister, do you think she can lead the 925? Saying this, Gao Yi bent down and passed the black pen next to Ma Jiren to have him sign. Yu Xinzhang's face was iron blue. Upon seeing Gao Yi approaching the director, he knew this hurdle was not easy to overcome. His face, unreadable, was about to intervene, but was tightly held back by his assistant. Professor, let's not be rash, that's Andy. We still need to negotiate over next year's core nuclear fuel with them. Domestic uranium is really too scarce. Every year, they had to rely heavily on imports. Otherwise, Ning Xiao and Academician Ma Seawater Project would not have garnered such attention. As for the 925, it was decades of Academician Ma's hard work. Ma Jiren bowed his head and signed on the contract. Then he picked up Academician Ma's private seal beside him. Just then, the door was opened again. The seal was only 1 centimeter away from the paper when a black mobile phone pressed against his wrist. No matter how hard he tried, it didn't budge. Ma Jiren looked up and saw an unusually cold face, her hand loosely holding a mobile phone, her usually gentle face showing no warmth. Her eyelashes slightly drooping, her other hand unhurriedly removing the contract from the table. It was Bai Lian. The assistant restraining Yu Xinjing lifted his head. Junior sister? Teacher is gone, but I am still here. Bai Lian clenched the paper, her politeness clearly restrained as she glanced at Ma Jiren. You dare covet the 925? What audacity! Chapter 881. Shocked Yu Xinjing 347 outside. Director Huang involuntarily took a step forward. Bai Lian had always respected her teachers in front of Director Huang and Academician Ma. It was the first time he had seen her behave this way. It was inevitably surprising. Mao Kuan stood beside Director Huang, holding a computer in one hand, squinting at the people in the lounge, and explained unhurriedly. Not throwing him out was already a restraint on her part, considering her teacher's face. Ma Jun looked at Bai Lian, his eyes deep. Academician Ma was immersed in research, and his concern for him was not even as much as that for his nearby assistant. Now, I have the authority to handle everything of my father. He was facing Bai Lian for the first time. He had been doubtful about her involvement with Jiang Fulai. Now, seeing that there were no members of the Jiang family by Bai Lian's side, he too felt relieved. As for old director Xiang, he actually cared about her, but pointedly said, "Miss Bai, instead of challenging us here, you might as well spend some time caring for your family." Upon hearing this, both Director Huang and Yu Xinzheng's expressions changed. Old Director Xiang had connections with the underworld, and, in the early years, this was essentially how he dominated the institute. Both of them were aware of this. Yu Xinjing approached Bai Lian, "Junior sister, let's first go back to your house to check on things. We can discuss Project 925 later." Even Huang Yushua, who had remained exceptionally composed from the start, showed some change in expression. He could not consider the current scene. He came in directly, giving Bai Lian a look. Open aggression is easy to dodge, but secret arrows are hard to defend, especially for families like the Xiang family with a historical background whose foundations were not entirely clean. The Xiang family was a top-tier faction in the scientific research circle. In the past, when Academician Ma was alive, they were able to compete with him. Now that Academician Ma was gone, there was really no one else who could go toe-to-toe with the Xiang family except for the Jiang family. Not to mention, the Xiang family also had connections with both the legitimate and underworld sides. Yu Xinjing felt that he had been too hasty. Bai Lian should have had better opportunities to progress. He looked at her urgently, hoping she could understand his gaze. Bai Lian's gaze was piercing. "Xiao Mao. Coming, sis." Mao Kuan came in with the computer, placed it on the table, and opened the lid to show everyone. Ma Jiren and old director Xiang, seeing the expressions of Yu Xinjing and Huang Yushua, sneered. Until the next second, when they saw the computer screen. Old director Xiang's gaze deepened, and he immediately stood up, leaning on the table. On the computer screen's desktop, there was a declaration signed by Academician Ma himself and bearing the seal of the Institute. The concise declaration stated that in the event of his misfortune, all his projects would be handed over to his closed-door disciple, Bai Lian. The date was in May. The Institute's seal was officially used, indicating that this declaration was processed through official procedures and was legally notarized, valid. This meant that even Ma Jiren could not make decisions for Academician Ma. The entire lounge was very quiet. This point, even old director Xiang had not anticipated. How much did Ma Tongfeng trust Bai Lian? That he had made such arrangements so early? Old director Xiang looked deeply at Bai Lian, saying good 3 times in succession, then turned to Andy, saying, "Mr. Andy, let's move ahead to my house first." Taking a crowd of people with him, he left. Mao Kuan looked at Ma Jiren, half smiling. "The seal should be given to me now." Yu Xinjing also reacted, turning to Bai Lian, anxious about the traps set by old director Xiang. "First to your house, outside." Ning Xiao came to call Bai Lian. "Sis Lian, Professor Xia and Manager Harold have come to pay their respects to Academician Ma." Bai Lian slowly crumpled a note into a ball and casually threw it over her shoulder, hitting the trash can. "No rush," she shook her head. "They'll take you to meet Manager Harold." She didn't look at Ma Jiren again and left the lounge directly. Behind her, Gao, Yi, and the people from the Ming family felt increasingly uneasy. Always feeling something was beyond their control. Meanwhile, outside, Xia Zhuyu and Yang Lin were together, both reverently offering incense to Academician Ma. Bai Lian, Yu Xinjing, and Director Huang stood on either side, bowing and thanking them. "Keep it up." Xia Zhuyu and Director Yu Xinjing Huang were acquaintances and also familiar with Bai Lian. Previously, they had even collaborated with Yang Lin to help Ji Xiaorong with drug research. Speaking of Xia Zhuyu, he was the living forefather of soybean research in the country. Low profile by nature, but most people knew him. Today, they saw him bringing out a student, introducing the student as studying the same research as him. Just until inside the lounge, Ma Jiren and Gao Yi came out. When Gao Yi looked up, he saw the foreigners in the yard. For a moment, he forgot about Jiang Fulai and was momentarily stunned. Harold Dawson. Chapter 882. Shakyu Xinjing 347_2. Do you know him? Ma Jiren glanced over. A foreigner. Yes, a man from the Dawson family. Now, the representative in Asia. Gao Yi had asked many people for rare metals during the new year and attended several dinners. He had some understanding of the Dawson family's upper echelon. What is he doing here? Opportunities like this were to be seized, not missed. Gao Yi quickly went over to greet Harold Dawson. Manager Hare. Barely anyone from the academic circles present recognized Harold Dawson. Gao Yi directly handed over his business card. Gao Yi, we've met before at the auction. He introduced himself to Harold Dawson. Then he introduced Ma Jiren beside him. Mr. Andy was also here today. Are you here to find Mr. Andy? Harold Dawson, a member of the Dawson family, had traded goods with the seawater purification project and had a brief acquaintance with Academician Ma. He had come specially today to pay respects to Academician Ma. Andy, his deep blue eyes only puzzledly gazed at Gao Yi, not recognizing him. After trying hard for a moment, he finally remembered Andy. He was here today, too. Today, Yu Xinjing, Huang Yushuo, Bai Lian, Ma Jiren, and even Gao Yi were all protagonists. Seeing Gao Yi talking happily to a foreigner while accompanied by Ma Jiren, most people glanced over, knowing that the foreigner's identity must be anything but simple. But the next second, as Harold Dawson saw Mao Kuan and Ning Xiao, he politely bid farewell to Gao. I'm here to find young Master Mao and Miss Bai. We'll meet again when there's a chance. Wang Yufeng knew that Bai Lian still needed time, not to mention Harold Dawson. Bai Lian had been busy. Wang Yufeng had wanted to make a few deals with her for a type of health product, but he couldn't find her. So, he stationed Harold in Asia to keep an eye on Bai Lian's free time as well. Professor Yu. Bai Lian saw Harold Dawson coming and began to introduce him to Yu Xinjing and Dean Huang. Yu Xinjing interrupted her. You should call me senior brother. The statement was neither light nor heavy, but most people heard it. Senior brother. Bai Lian didn't fuss over it and turned to introduce. This is Manager Hare. Yu Xinjing normally focused on research and didn't recognize Harold, but he had seen Gao Yi's previous treatment toward Harold. He thanked the other party for coming. In the yard, Gao Yi stared blankly at the scene. His mind sparked with ideas, and he suddenly remembered the several tons of iridium the Mu family had surprisingly put forth a short while ago. He had guessed for a long time, but hadn't heard any news about the transaction from the Mu family, and it had never crossed his mind to consider Bai Lian. After all, at the time, he hadn't taken Bai Lian seriously. Seeing Bai Lian casually introducing Harold Dawson to Yu Xinjing, with both even exchanging contact information, Gao Yi's expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly remembered Zhou Wenqing, whom they had tried to meet many times. Jiaqin, Gao Yi took out his phone and called Gao Jiaqin. Before Zhou Wenqing became the deputy dean, he led a group from Tongfeng class. Who was in that group of students? Was Bai Lian among them? Gao Jiaqin remembered clearly. Yes. Gao Yi hung up the phone, standing in place, unable to recover. The sun shone glaringly overhead, and for a moment he swayed, remembered the call from Gao Shu, and felt a chill down his spine. Gao Yi left the memorial service with heavy steps. The Gao family's car was parked not far from the memorial service. The driver opened the rear car door. Gao Yi approached the car door. Just then, a black business car smoothly came to a stop in front of the memorial service, an ordinary model. Gao Yi recognized the car, and he knew the license plate number by heart. Seeing that number, he seemed somewhat bewildered. A tall, robust man got out from the passenger seat, standing by the rear door. The rear car door opened automatically. A tall figure stepped out, clad in black, his complexion looking even more pale and indifferent in the light, his forehead hair slightly scattered. He slowly turned to glance calmly at Gao Yi. Those were narrow phoenix eyes, light-colored pupils revealing no hint of emotion, an inherent air of distinguished coldness. However, Gao Yi broke out in a cold sweat, maintaining the posture of bending over to enter the back seat. Large beads of sweat formed on his forehead. They dripped down one by one, tracing a path over his temples to his neck. In the 30-odd degrees of heat, his spine felt chillingly cold. Beside him, the assistant took quite a while to come back to his senses. Mr. Gao, was that Master Jiang? At the memorial service, Jiang Fulai didn't greet Bai Lian, nor did he greet anyone else present. He just reached out for 3 sticks of incense and bowed deeply to pay his respects to Scholar Ma. The entire venue fell silent, quietly watching him, automatically dispelling the recent rumors about his coma. The gentleman of high pedigree paid his tribute to Scholar Ma and then left. It wasn't until 2 minutes after he had left the memorial service that the people at the venue dared to breathe heavily. Old Huang, a professor who knew Director Huang well, regained his composure, looking toward the entrance. The relationship between Director Xiang and the Gao family. It's likely come to an end, hasn't it? Director Huang shook his head, about to make a sarcastic comment when something suddenly came to mind. Junior sister, little junior sister. Quick, your family. His expression changed as he remembered the situation with the Xiang family. The memorial service was almost over anyway. Yu Xinjing snapped to his senses at that moment, urgently urging Bai Lian, quickly go to your place. What's the rush? Mao Cohen took out his car keys. Bai Lian went to get Scholar Ma's computer, also surprised by the reactions of Yu Xinjing and Director Huang. This Ma family has a complicated background. He pushed out many professors from the Academy of Sciences in the past, Yu Xinjing said with a grave face. Using shady methods, he is the leading figure in Jiangjing. It was only then that Bai Lian began to understand. She might have protection, but her family did not. I see. Bai Lian boarded Yu Zhenheng's van and simply nodded in agreement. Both Yu Xinjing and Huang Yushua were anxious. Huang Yushua especially so, repeatedly urging the driver to drive faster. They were both in Chang'an District. There wasn't any traffic congestion at this time. They soon arrived at Shanghai apartment. Building 5 was packed with silver vans belonging to a local Jiangjing brand. Her grandfather lives here. Yu Zhenheng's heart skipped a beat seeing the scene. Huang Yushua had been here more than once and was also startled. He leaped out before the car could fully stop. This is the place she lives in 303, her grandfather in 103. Brother, you contact someone first. Huang Yeshuo's fingers trembled slightly as he jogged to the door of 103. He pounded on the door forcefully. Bai Lian followed leisurely with the 2 men, slowly discussing Wang Yufeng's case with Mao Cohen. Up ahead, Yu Xinjing trembled as he dialed the phone, calling someone from a special department he knew. The call connected. The door to 103 was also opened. Lance, with a layer of flour on his face and a piece of dough in hand, greeted them. Are you guys here to make dumplings? As he spoke, he stepped aside to let them in. Perfectly timed, they could see the usual mahjong table in the living room, now surrounded by a group of burly men sitting obediently. Each of them held a piece of dough, clumsily trying to learn how to make dumplings. Hello. The stern voice of an officer sounded through Yu Zhenheng's phone. Professor Yu, where did you say there's a violent incident? We're ready to deploy. Yu Xinjing. Chapter 883. 348 Dimensional Reduction. Strike. Yu Xinjing was silent. Behind him, Dean Huang was also at a loss for words for a moment. Were these people sent by the usual dispatchers? The 2 stood at the doorway, observing the 7 burly men sitting around the round table, the decently wrapped dumplings in the middle. It was evident they had been wrapping dumplings for quite a long time. This scene was quite impactful. Dean Yu, the person on the other side of the phone, called out to him. Where did you say the address was? It's okay. Yu Xinjing, having experienced grand scenes before, regained his composure, his voice still steady. Thank you for your efforts. He hung up the phone. Covered in flour, Shun Qing came out of the kitchen. Dean Huang, Alien said you would come. I had people make more dumplings. Come in, sit down, and have some tea. Dean Huang had visited several times and glanced at Yu Xinjing before taking him to see Ji Hung in the courtyard. Senior brother, that's little junior sister's grandfather. In the summer, Ji Hung was fond of making various clothes for Bai Lian as well as Pu Xiaoan. But today, he was not working on clothes for Bai Lian. Instead, he was making a red carpet gown for Yin Lu a few months later. When Yu Xinjing approached, Ji Hung was sitting on the embroidery stool, his hand resting on the armrest beside him, slowly making a stitch so fine that Yu Xinjing almost couldn't see it. Someone came over. Ji Hung put down his needle and thread, stood up very politely. Dean Huang. Since Ji Hung was Bai Lian's grandfather, Yu Xinjing did not put on airs, and both were very polite. Both bent down to look at Ji Hung's embroidery, where he was stitching a cluster of butterflies. The wings of the butterflies utilized over a dozen colors, meticulously inlaid with silk floss, giving off a realistic feel as if reflecting sunlight. The two professors, lacking an artistic cell, stood beside and watched for a long while, not daring to speak up and disturb him. Outside, Bai Lian and Mao Kuan both came in. Yu Xinjing and Dean Huang looked at Ji Hung's embroidery for a while, and when they went to the hall, Mao Kuan was asking Shin Qing where these men in black came from. Shin Qing was tidying up the dumplings on the table and spoke to Mao Kuan. When they first came, I thought they were here to cause trouble, but then I saw they were friends of little Zhang, and there were two more upstairs. The people in this building could really eat. The demand for dumplings was high. Shin Qing needed to adjust the filling and roll out dough, which was time-consuming, so the arrival of these people to help wrap dumplings was timely. Bai Lian wondered which friend of Zhang Xiai's it was. After speaking with Shin Qing, she went upstairs. Yu Xinjing and Dean Huang went with her as it was crowded downstairs, and Yu Xinjing also wanted to discuss Harold Dawson's issue with Bai Lian. Bai Lian and Mao Kuan took the stairs, while Yu Xinjing and the dean waited for the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, Yu Xinjing stood at the door, glancing once more at 103's door. Senior brother? Dean Huang entered the elevator first, calling him. Is there something else? It's nothing. Yu Xinjing, his face contemplative, took a few steps into the elevator. Little junior sister's grandfather seems somewhat familiar. Familiar? Dean Huang remained non-committal, as he always felt an intangible pressure around Ji Hung. They reached the third floor. The door to apartment 303 was open. Both immediately noticed a man in similar black clothes as downstairs, holding a cloth. A blue tiger tattoo was visible on his partially exposed arm. He was cleaning the table and cleaning the apartment. Next to him, a rather sunny-looking young man, with one hand in his pocket, was directing them, clean over here too, and take this carpet out for washing. Brother Bird likes to sit on it. Yu Xinjing, Dean Huang, Mao Kuan, standing next to Zhang Xiai's, since he didn't wait for the elevator, arrived before the two professors, pointed to the study. Sister Bai is in the study. Yu Xinjing and the dean were momentarily lost again, then silently headed for the study. A second before pushing open the study door, he glanced back at the two cleaning. This tattoo must be quite embarrassing for them, right? In the study, Bai Lian was on the phone with Sun Dan. Sun Dan was the director of the Xiangqing Culture and Tourism Bureau, and because Bai Lian took leave, she couldn't get home in time to explain the top score strategies to the tourists. He'll head back with Zhang Xiai's in a couple of days. Bai Lian stood by the window, pushing half-open window further open, her fingertips lightly tapping on the windowsill, her posture elegant. Don't worry. After the new year, she and Ji Hung hadn't returned to Xiangqing much. One thing led to another after the summer break. She also wanted to take Ji Hung back for a visit. As Zhang's mother had already gone ahead, Zhang Xiai's got accepted to Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law and had received his admission letter. Zhang's mother also needed to go back to host a reception for relatives and friends and to pay respects to Yin Lu's parents. Chapter 884, 348 Dimensional Reduction Strike _2 this summer has been very busy. Junior sister, Yu Xinjing entered with Dean Huang, asking her about the Harold Dawson matter. Manager Hair? Bai Lian walked over to the desk, bent down, slowly pulled open a drawer, and took out a box of cigarettes. Looking up, she said, "I just heard in the office that you want to negotiate for rare metals. You can talk to him." Yu Xinjing was surprised. He glanced at Dean Huang. Dean Huang knew about the Zhou winching matter and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. With connections, everything becomes easier. Because of Bai Lian's relationship with Ning Xiao, the channel of Wang Yufeng was essentially opened. Okay then, Yu Xinjing wanted to ask Dean Huang about the details, but seeing that Bai Lian was busy, he didn't impose further. "Junior sister, I'm not aware of the specifics of your project, and the teacher is not here now. You've taken over Project 925 and have already passed the Xiang family in Ma Jiren scrutiny, but if there is anything internal to the project group, you must inform me in a timely manner." As the new official taking charge, Yu Xinjing also knew that Bai Lian was under great pressure. "Thank you," Bai Lian said, holding the cigarette box, looking up at the trees and the sunlight outside the window. "I need to go back to Xiangqing in a couple of days and will stay there for a few days." "Back to Xiangqing?" Yu Xinjing nodded. "Just arrange your time properly." As for Jiang Fulai's situation, Yu Xinjing didn't ask. His appearance today was enough to indicate his stance, and now the Xiang family and Gao family must be in great panic. "Brother, let's go downstairs for dumplings," Dean Huang suggested, his hands behind his back. As they left the room, the two strong men outside were lifting the sofa, clearing out the carpet underneath. Yu Xinjing had seen it so often that he was used to it. When they got outside, Dean Huang pressed the elevator button and then explained, "You know about Zhou winching, right? The palladium that was missing from his lab was provided by Junior Sister for free." Yu Xinjing, in the world of scientific research, both the country and the university would allocate funds. Jiang University is the one that is never short of funding. What is it short of then? It's all sorts of experimental equipment and materials, such as various metals needed for the physics department's research on conductive materials and chips. This purity of metal is limited every year, and it's not something you can just buy with money. Some labs may not be able to get the materials for a whole year, but the fact that Bai Lian could get them so easily made Dean Huang realize that the junior sister his mentor had found for him was no ordinary person. "No wonder I saw you weren't in a hurry today," Yu Xinjing exhaled slowly. This connection was truly extensive. But the elevator doors opened, and Dean Huang stepped in. What I didn't expect was for the Xiang family's people to actually be making dumplings. They were very certain that these dozen or so men in black weren't just there to make dumplings. Who would believe them if they said it out loud? Jiangjing Federation of Industry and Commerce. Summer member meeting. When Jixia was attending on behalf of the One family, and the meeting had concluded, a bunch of people flocked to Ming Zhangjiu's side. "Miss Ming, I heard your family has started a collaboration with the Academy of Sciences." Everyone knew that the Ming family had recently hooked up with the Xiang family's people. Of course, this news was released by the Ming family themselves. Ming Zongyao remained unfazed. There's no accurate news yet. She played it coy, but everyone else became even more convinced. The Ming family stock rose by 5 percentage points this morning, which spelled out the details quite clearly. Lu Yuzhong stood at the door, waiting for Ming Zongyao to leave and bend down to get into the car and head home. "You family." Yuzhong, you father put down the document and stood up to inquire. "Has the Ming family recently gotten involved with the Xiang family's people?" "I talked with the Ming family, and they haven't revealed anything to me, but since the Jiang family incident, Lu Yuzhong took the sour plum drink handed over by a servant. They all want to compete for it. The Jiang family had been the sole leader in Jiangjing for so many years, and others coveted their position of leadership. The Xiang family and Gao family both wanted to take a seat. Yuzhong, do you think that person from the Jiang family, even at home, your father didn't dare to mention the name, is really in trouble?" 8 or 9 out of 10, Li Yuzhong simply replied. "What a pity, then. We don't have much of a relationship with the Ming family now." Your father felt regret. Lu Yuzhang's relationship with Ming Zongyao had been strained, and the Wen family had been doing quite well lately, partnering directly with the Aerospace Institute, a unique alliance in the business world. Yu mother interjected directly. "Enough with the Ming family. Yuzhong, you haven't seen Jixia for over half a month. Why didn't you invite her to have a meal together today? To develop your relationship? I remember both of you attended the meeting today. The engagement had been set for 2 years, but they had met less than 7 times. I'm busy. Li Yuzhong simply nodded when Jixia was brought up, yet his expression was indifferent. Watching the back of Li Yuzhong, Yu mother shook her head. She knew that when Zixia's delicate and genteel character was not the type that Li Yuzhong preferred. Chapter 885, 348 Dimensional Reduction Strike _3. However, that's just how these family dynasties are. The Jiang family. An elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform waited outside the main hall staircase, ready to open the car door as soon as Jiang Fulai's car entered the courtyard. Jiang Fulai got out of the car with his head down, his pale face especially sharp. His light-colored phoenix eyes were devoid of emotion. A white flower was still pinned to his collar, an icy demeanor that read, "Keep out." Jiang Fulai walked straight to the stairs and handed over his coat. He did not linger. "All management personnel are waiting for you in the meeting room." The butler followed behind him, taking his coat. "Also, there is a letter from abroad. I've placed it on the desk in the council hall." Jiang Fulai nodded. He did not speak. Additionally, the flight route to Xiangqing has been secured. The butler detailed meticulously. Xiangqing Airport is available for landing. In a few steps, they reached the council hall. The heavy doors closed, and personnel in formal attire flanked each side. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai approach, they bent over and pushed open the large doors of the meeting room. The Chinese-style meeting room, with its mahogany furnishings, was solemn and serious. With Jiang Shijue at the forefront, all core members of the Jiang family were gathered here, each with a grave demeanor, sitting upright and silent. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the meeting room. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai appear, everyone stood up and looked towards him, addressing him respectfully as young Master Jiang. Whether young or old, all showed great respect. Jiang Fulai walked to the front center seat, sat down, and surveyed the entire meeting room. He leaned back, his hand resting on the back of the chair, and directly called out Jiang Shiju. Jiang Shijue, holding a meeting record book, stood up and reported to him about ZTE Group and the Science Academy. Currently, the ZTE drone project has been halted. The Xiang family want to get involved. Jiang Shiju knew Jiang Fulai disliked ramblings and got straight to the point. The Research Institute with people from the Xiang family is applying for deputy director. The Gao family has provided 11 slots for scientific researchers. The Ming family, Zhu family, a total of 10 slots. Jiang Fulai listened patiently to Jiang Shijue speak. Drones? Jiang Fulai's pale fingertips lightly tapped the rosewood table. His tone, unchanged, have been halted. Upon hearing the tone of Jiang Fulai, Jiang Shijue realized Jiang Fulai was serious this time. Then let ZTE drop this project and give it to them. Jiang Fulai's eyelashes slightly lowered. Jiang Shijue, be prepared to take this group to the seawater uranium extraction project. ZTE Group, known as a construction fanatic, had frequently rushed to foreign countries to help allied nations build large bases. Undoubtedly, ZTE was unmatched in Asia, not to mention the drones, which everyone knew were designed by Jiang Fulai himself. The Xiang family's involvement was simply an attempt to infiltrate ZTE. Now that Jiang Fulai was letting ZTE withdraw from the drone project, don't ask what the Xiang family would do next. Ask how the Xiang family would explain this to the higher-ups or to the military district. Prepare the documents from several families, including the Mu family, Ma Institute, and anyone challenging ZTE, and circle them for me. After giving a few instructions, Jiang Fulai checked his phone, and before leaving, he dropped a remark. I will apply for the deputy director of the Science Academy. Tell He-Won and the others to prepare the application documents, and make sure all details with the Mu family are integrated and sent to me. The people in the meeting room were taken aback by the sight of Jiang Fulai's departing figure. Shijue, the young master, a senior executive of the Jiang family, turned to Jiang Shijue. Most people in Jiangjing knew of Jiang Fulai's disposition. He had never involved himself in these scientific circles, running his own dark matter institute, which countless non-technical researchers were desperate to join. He had also handed over ZTE Group to Jiang Shijue, hardly managing it himself. Especially these past 2 years, he was almost like a recluse, not even coming back for the Jiang family annual meetings. So it seemed most people in Jiangjing had forgotten that Jiang Fulai had stabilized the Jiang family from a young age and expanded ZTE to its current scale, a presence still dreaded by foreign laboratories. Now, that's settled. Jiang Shijue slowly closed a notebook in his hand, turned his head, and smiled. Uncle Jiang, you might also want to inform those people who have been inquiring about Brother Jiang's news. Their Emperor L is back. Chapter 886, 349 Big Changes. Just like the current storm of controversy surrounding Baijian on the app. Initially, Jiang Fulai was an unattainable presence for everyone, directly maxing out his followers. This drew widespread attention, which also laid the foundation for Zhongxing to obtain various national permits. Zhongxing Group. It possesses the world's top detector manufacturing team. It's inseparable from a space bureau, not to mention the construction of railways, highways, and various large bases, most of which are related to Zhongxing, whose products are rarely sold to the general public. Thus, most people only know Zhongxing as a company that builds railways. But those in the know are aware of Zhongxing's weight. Jiang Ziju's political status is now no less than that of the president of Jiang University. Jiang Fulai opened his mouth. The first step Jiang Shijue took was to notify the unmanned drone project team to fully evacuate. Then he had his assistant communicate with the Mu family about the seawater uranium extraction project. The Mu family has recently established 2 research institutes and recruited a large number of fresh blood and veteran professors. It's a period of growth. With the help of the Zhongxing team, that's all the more powerful. No one dares to discuss the news from the Jiang family. Only those in the academic circles knew he appeared at the memorial service. But the news couldn't be kept secret. The Xiang family. From the moment he saw Jiang Fulai, Gao had been anxious. He went to the Xiang family to find Xiang Junhua, fidgety and restless. He's fine, old principal. Now, let alone a slot in the Academy of Sciences, he definitely won't let us off easily with the Zhongxing projects. Gao, he truly regretted it. His ambition had been too great. Had wanted to push Gao Jiechen into Jiang Fulai's team. But Jiang Fulai simply ignored him. Over the years, Gao inevitably harbored resentment, yet he dared not make a move. This time when Jiang Fulai met with trouble, the messages from various sources were consistent, and it was only with the Xiang family leading that he dared to cooperate with them. Gao, he dared to come forward hoping to gain a share of the benefits. Who could have expected that everything was going well? And now Jiang Fulai has reappeared. Not only was he unharmed, but he also visited the memorial service and offered 3 sticks of incense to Academician Ma. Xiang Junhua's mood was not much better than Gao Yi's. He directly had his assistant call the Luo family. In fact, rumors about Jiang Fulai had been circulating in Jiangjing for some time, but no one dared to confirm until that night when Xiang Junhua sent someone to watch the Luo family and saw the Luo family patriarch going to the street where the Jiang family lived. Only then did they confirm that, for a while, Jiang Fulai was indeed not going to wake up, and Xiang Junhua dared to make his next move. What? Upon receiving the call from the Xiang family, the Luo family was even more surprised. The Luo patriarch stood up abruptly from his chair. You're saying young Master Jiang has woken up? Impossible, are you sure? The voice of the Luo family sounded utterly shocked. No, impossible. Apart from my father, no one dares to administer the last few injections. Knowing the Xiang family wouldn't joke about this matter, he then muttered, I need to go to the Jiang family to see. He quickly said a few words to Xiang Junhua and hung up the phone. To call Jiang Shijue. Xiang Junhua's aged eyes drooped. He sank back into his chair, silent for a few seconds, then remembered Project 925. His attempt to steal a chicken only resulted in losing his rice. But what's done is done. He could only minimize the losses now. This time he personally dialed a number. "Mr. Lee, where's the person I'm looking for now?" The Mr. Lee he mentioned was Lee Hu. Once Lee Hu's son got in trouble on the border and was caught, Xiang Junhua had lent a small favor by guiding Lee Hu's son to invent something in prison, which reduced his sentence by a year. For that, Xiang Junhua had earned a favor from Lee Hu. Old Principal Xiang, the man on the phone, had a voice as deep as a bell. "Out of respect for the help you've given me, I'll be straightforward with you. The person you want to move against is no small fry. I can't help you." Next to him, Gao He could tell by the look on Xiang Junhua's face that things were really over. Bai Lian was about to leave Jiangjing to return to Xiangqing for a few days. Before leaving, she said goodbye to Shunyu and expressed her thanks. She had been taken away by the Security Bureau before, and Shunyu had also been involved in the case. Later, Ning Xiao helped to withstand all the pressure on her behalf. Not giving a lecture for the freshmen this year. Shunyu sat in his office chair, his eyelids drooping, showing some signs of fatigue. "What about Ning Xiao? What about Yang Lin? Tang Ming is fine too, or else Liang Wu Yu. I've asked Sun Qian, she can do it." Bai Lian's expression slightly restrained. She had already found a replacement for Shunyu. Sun Qian? Shunyu wasn't really familiar with her, but since Bai Lian and her friends weren't planning to give a lecture, it didn't really matter who else did. "All right, go back to Xiangqing and have good rest. For the new semester, you and Ning Xiao need to prepare a lecture report. Dean Huang applied for you both to be on Jiang University's Wall of Fame yesterday. The list needs half a month to be reviewed. It should be just in time for the new term." Chapter 887, 349 Big Changes. _2 with the achievements that Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had made. It was enough to be on Celebrity Wall. The Celebrity Wall. Bai Lian's pitch-black eyes looked in the direction of Celebrity Square. "Good, thank you." Dean Shu was also in Shunya's office and didn't interrupt their conversation. It was only after Bai Lian had left that his assistant spoke to Dean Shu in a low voice, his voice betraying his shock. Just the start of sophomore year and already on the Celebrity Wall. And there are two of them? Jiang University's excellent student representative wall was strict. Most of the time, not even one would make it in a year. The last time was E1. And now, suddenly, there were two. Dean Shu slowly picked up a disposable cup next to him, lowered his eyes, and took a sip. This turmoil has finally come to an end, and their young lives have just begun. This year, the situation in Jiangjing had been fluctuating. First was the Wen family, then the Mu family. Last was the Gao family and the Xiang family, busy and distraught over the drone matter, which put an end to this battle. Downstairs, Ming Dongheng had been waiting. It was another low-profile business car parked under the trees. Bai Lian looked up and saw the back seat window half down. Jiang Fulai sitting by the window, only half of his cool face visible, hidden among the mottled tree shadows. It was summer vacation, and there were hardly any students at Jiang University. As Bai Lian approached, Ming Dongheng opened the back car door. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai's laptop was still on the table. He continued sliding his hand over the touchscreen, checking the data submitted by He1 and others. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up and reached to adjust his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Once she was seated, Ming Dongheng went to the driver's seat to drive. First to the airport, they've all arrived already. Jiang Fulai raised his hand, rolled up the window. It's still an hour's drive. Get some sleep first. Bai Lian sat inside, her head lazily leaning against the window, long eyelashes drooping, her hand supporting her chin. Her complexion was pale, yet incredibly languid, the sunlight filtering through the one-way glass gently outlining her features. Her expression was unreadable, showing neither sadness nor any other emotion. Academician Ma was of advanced age, and for this trip, Bai Lian had actually prepared herself. She stuffed a Bluetooth headset in her ears, listening to an untranslated paper, and then closed her eyes. She had been overexerting her mind recently, which was also one of the reasons Jiang Fulai was preparing to return to Xiangqing. The air conditioning was set low. Jiang Fulai looked at her for a long while, grabbed a blanket to cover her, and then stretched his hand to press down on the left Bluetooth headset. His voice deep, Continue. I've submitted the Mu family's list. The report was from Jiang Shijue, mainly about the Mu family's affairs. As for the Gao and Xiang families, he could handle them himself. Also, the Luo family people are inquiring about Miss Bei's news. Jiang Fulai continued to swipe through the documents on his computer, simply responding with a Jiang Shijue understood. He hung up the phone and returned to his office, apologizing as he looked towards the old master of the Luo family. You may go back. The airport. When the car arrived, Bai Lian was still not awake. Jiang Fulai didn't wake her, just turned off the lights inside the car and continued to work beside her. Bai Lian was in a half-dream, half-awake state. She was accustomed to life and death, having bid farewell to too many people. In the first 2 months in this world, her dreams were mostly of battlefields or her father and brothers. But this time, with Academician Ma's departure, she inevitably dreamed of Liang Zuan, dreamed of Daong's Jiangjing in heavy snowfall, with Liang Zuan kneeling at the palace gate for 3 days and nights, pleading for Emperor Jiangwen to send troops to save Shanqing. In his dream, Liang Zuan received the news of her death, and he lay in bed, eventually succumbing to his grief. His red eyes in the dream appeared so vividly real as he called out to her through the ether. Xiangjun Bai Lian suddenly woke up. She sat up, the blanket falling off her. What's wrong? Jiang Fulai noticed her unease, reached out to hold her, and gently patted her back, consoling her in a low voice. Had a nightmare? His voice, usually cold, was now especially gentle. Bai Lian lowered her eyes. Yes. On the plane. Bai Lian, they've reached the airport. Zhang Xiai's completed the call with Ming Dongheng and then asked Tang Ming, what about the academic god? At the National Defense University, Tang Ming checked his phone. Oh, he's already on his way in a taxi. I'll be at the airport in 10 minutes. National Defense University? Zhang Xiai's was surprised. That's Sister Chen's school. What was academic god doing there? Yang Lin often goes to the neighboring art institute as well. Tang Ming, used to such oddities, put an arm around Zhang Shi's shoulders, chin pointing in Yang Lin's direction, and then whispered, Buddy, could you get 2 of Yen Lu's autographs for me? My cousin's a big fan of Yen Lu. She just found out I have Yen Lu's WeChat, and without her autograph, she'll bother me to death when I get home. Tang Ming was not very close with Yen Lu and Pu Xiaohan, and felt embarrassed to ask. Across from them, Yang Lin was also on the phone. Yes, Grandma. I'm coming back to Shanqing today. You don't need to come over. I will take a bus tomorrow to visit you. Next to her, Pu Xiaohan was holding a knife and working on puppet props. Soon, everyone had arrived. Bai Lian had slept for a while on the way to the plane, but hadn't managed much sleep on board, talking to Xiaoqi. Sis, you're just in time to be back. Xiaoqi was stuck in Jiangjing, Xiangqing, and the headquarters in Beijing City. Swing by them if you have time. The branches there were just promoted, and some partners still haven't been confirmed. Manager Lin is on it. Bai Lian poured herself a cup of hot water. Okay. Zhang Xiai's, holding a thick law book, sat next to Ning Xiao. What were you doing at the National Defense University? Thinking about transferring schools? I'd advise against that idea. Your principal sure would be heartbroken. No. Ning Xiao took out a printed paper. That was my brother's old school. Zhang Xiai's was about to ask who his brother was. Suddenly remembering the several memorials in Ning Xiao's family, he instantly shut his mouth, changing the topic. Tang, why don't you come with me after we land to get Yan's autograph? Ning Xiao bowed his head, taking out a pen to make marks on the paper. Beicheng, Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had returned a few days ago after initially planning not to come back from their entrepreneurial efforts in Jiangjing. They hurried back upon hearing about the push to promote Xinkong in Beijing. Their investments were doing well, better than some, lesser than others. Bai Qiming had been losing sleep lately because of Bai Lian. He was not in Jiangjing, had no idea what Bai Lian was up to, only hearing she was fine. Meanwhile, the Bai family farm in Beicheng was being affected. Seeing Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min return eased his mind. Xinkong? Yes, Xinkong will definitely become the leading brand domestically. Song Min had heard plenty about Xinkong and Jiangjing. As soon as Xinkong launches next year, its market value will be immeasurable. They will dominate the future market of traditional medicine, and we must secure an early partnership with them in Beijing. Oddly enough, Xiankong had branches in the 4 major cities and even second- and third-tier cities around Beijing, but none within the city itself. As a result, most people in Beijing who wanted to visit Xiankong chose to go to Shanxing. When do they start? Bai Qiming asked seriously. In the next few days, Bai Shaoqi stood up. We have the contact for the regional manager. We'll invite him for a meal and strive to cooperate with them. Following them, it will be easier for the Bai family to enter Jiangjing. This was Bai Qiming's lifelong wish. The Bai family, especially Bai Qiming, were urgently in need of proving themselves. No family doesn't want to climb higher, and now, as the Song family continued to do better, the Bai family declined further. People in the Bai family questioned his previous decisions, greatly regretting the loss of Bai Lian, and some even said that they shouldn't have allowed the Bai Shaoka siblings to return in the first place. Good. Bai Qiming stood up. He needed to prove to everyone that his selection back then was correct. Chapter 888. The true mastermind behind the 350 suspension Kong. A young man's spirit Shanxing. Bai Lian had not returned for nearly half a year, and the plane landed steadily on the runway. Although the airport was small, the flow of people was large. The popularity of Shanxing had been continuous since the year before last. It started with Wallow Street's explosion of popularity, peaked with the airing of Great Yong, and Come Here Friend brought another wave of attention. Then, the subsequent 2 waves of college entrance exam takers caused explosive traffic. Now, Xiangqing's popularity was no longer just a temporary heat wave. Its rich history, the martial arts guilds and calligraphy association on Wallow Street, Grandpa Tao, who was always enthusiastic about puppetry, and the warm service attitude recognized by netizens across the country. Although advertising wasn't necessary, Shanxing was still active during holidays. For example, this summer break, they specifically invited Yin Lu to return, and a host of top scholars and study prodigies started classes. Who wouldn't want to come and see Shanxing? Yang Lin put away her computer and followed by Lian's group off the plane. Not long after disembarking, her phone rang with a local Shanxing number calling. The voice was booming. Is this Miss Yang? Hello, I am Yang Lin. The caller was the person in charge from the street office, informing Yang Lin that her residence was to be demolished. Do you have time to come by? Come to the street office to sign and collect the demolition compensation. The voice sounded jubilant. Shanxing was developing rapidly now, with the eastern and northern parts of the city being developed, including the 2 building where Yang Lin had lived before, which was slated for a shopping mall and new residential district. Compensation was distributed per capita. Next to her, Zhang Xi's heard the conversation she had with the responsible person. Speaking to Tang Ming, Bro Tang, has your family bought a house yet? Bought, Tang Ming said, thanking Zhang Xi's. Bro Tang, thanks to your dad's reminder back then, we took out loans to buy 2 properties, and now they've more than tripled in value. Your dad really has far-sighted vision. Previously, real estate in the center of Shanxing cost only 3,000 to 4,000 per square meter, but after the high-speed railway station and airport were built, prices had risen to 10,000. After finishing their conversation, Tang Ming saw that Yang Lin had ended her phone call and asked, Sister Yang, does the principal want you to share your study experience? Yang Lin looked up, her black, inorganic pupils gazing at Tang Ming. Tang Ming rubbed his arms. How about you just take a quick photo? The principal wants to put it up on the bulletin board. The principal he referred to was naturally the principal of Shanxing No. 1 Middle School. Yang Lin withdrew her gaze and nodded. Everyone went their separate ways home. Ning Xiao and Bai Lian returned to Pure Street. The car stopped at the entrance to Pure Street. Ji Hung, looking at the traffic light ahead and then at the bunch of tourists waiting for the light, slowly had a question mark appear on his forehead. The cars in front just couldn't get through, so he got out of the car, holding his tobacco pipe. He and Ning Xiao exchanged glances. Pure Street used to be sparsely populated. Although it was crowded during the new year, it was never as absurd as now. Jiang He hopped out of the back seat, extending his short arms to grab the edge of Ji Hung's robe and clutching his bok choy backpack in the other, his round eyes looking at the passing tourists, his long eyelashes fluttering. His expression was somewhat dazed, obviously not accustomed to such a large crowd. The young ladies passing by marveled at Jiang He, whispering among themselves, some even taking out their phones to snap his photo. But the next second, Jiang Fulai slowly got out of the car behind them, lifting his eyes slightly, his brows and eyes carrying a natural authority, his features thin, cold, and deep, oozing nobility, not the type to be seen on a tourist street. The few who want to take a picture immediately stepped back several paces, pretending to look at accessories on a vendor's stall. Bai Lian was the last to get out of the car. The temperature in Changqing was almost the same all year round, and the summer was not too hot. She wore a white mandarin collar shirt with all the buttons fastened and black casual pants with no particularly noticeable patterns, only light gray subtle patterns that reflected a cold light under the sun. Calm and simple colors. Her long hair was fastened with 2 plain hairpins, the only adornment on her. She held her luggage in one hand, her demeanor languid and a bit listless. Next to her, a young lady pointed to Bai Lian's shirt. Just like this kind of ancient-style blouse, I want one with that feel. The owner of a dress shop selling Chong Sam, with pure street crowded, Ji Hong led them several hundred meters around via a small path. This road was not as crowded, and Bai Lian slowly followed behind Jiang Fulai. She took a call from Beicheng. "Miss Bai, hello." The voice on the phone was that of a middle-aged man. "I am Lin Guangxiu, the manager of the Beicheng branch." Bai Lian stepped in the shadow of Jiang Fulai, following them at an unhurried pace. "Hello, Manager Lin." Chapter 889. The true mastermind behind the 350 suspension Kong. A young man's spirit _to Miss Bai. When will you come to Beicheng? I'd like to arrange a reception in advance, as there are several companies wanting to collaborate with us. He listed off a bunch. Bai Lian didn't know much about business like Xiaoqi did. Her trip to Beicheng was simply to make an appearance following Zioki's instructions, and to teach a couple of acupuncture techniques to some doctors there. She patiently waited for Lin Guangxiu to finish talking. "I have to go back to school for a lecture in these next 2 days. Bai Lian looked up, not sure how the Culture and Tourism Bureau had arranged it. He'll return this weekend. On the other side of the phone, Lin Guangxiu calculated the time. Today was Tuesday, and the weekend was just a few days away. He ended the call, heading out to an emergency meeting while instructing his assistant. Miss Bai will be coming this week. The exact day is still unclear. Pass the word. I want everyone on their best form to welcome her." The executives at Xiankong all knew Xiaoqi was officially their boss. But in reality, the person behind Xiankong was Miss Bai. Yet, Miss Bai was enigmatically elusive, with few ever having the opportunity to meet her. Lin Guangxiu hadn't met her either. Yes, the female assistant in high heels holding a notebook and a black pen efficiently took note. Furthermore, the Bai family, the Song family, and the Kong family are all trying to schedule appointments with you. Among these 3, the Song family has the strongest assets, and they also have dealings with Jiangjing, while the Bai and Kong families are locals here in Beicheng. The 2 of them stopped at the elevator, and the female assistant pressed the button. The elevator doors opened, and Lin Guangxiu stepped in. "You arranged the times." Xiangqing, a village. Yang Lin had helped her grandparents hoe a large medicinal field. Yang Grandma's back slightly bent, calling Yang Lin and Grandpa to come in for a meal. Along the way, villagers greeted Yang Lin warmly. Last year, when they heard Yang Lin got into university, the villagers had even given her a red envelope, as she was among the few girls from the village who had managed to go to university. They only knew Yang Lin had been accepted into a university, but they didn't know which one. "Hello, second grandpa." Yang Lin was still quite reserved, speaking only when she saw someone. Her hair no longer covered her eyes, which were dark and profound. The person known as second grandpa perked up upon seeing Yang Lin, greeted her, and then hurried off. "Your second grandpa." Grandpa Yang watched the old man walk by and sighed. "The batch of herbs he's been growing, I don't know why. Some of them have withered, and not even fertilizer helps." "Withered?" Yang Lin hesitated for a moment, memorizing this detail. After finishing a meal at home, Yang Lin silently left a thick stack of money under Grandma Yang's pillow and bid them farewell. Grandma and Grandpa Yang knew Yang Lin was a diligent girl and didn't keep her for long, but they sent her off with reluctance. Once the relocation houses are allocated, you too should move to Xiangqing, Yang Lin softly suggested to them. No need. We are comfortable here. Grandma Yang patted Yang Lin's head and slipped her another red envelope. You're doing better and better. Now that your dad's not around, your aunt is willing to come back to see us, and your cousin is getting engaged. This is a school advancement red envelope your aunt brought you during the Dragon Boat Festival. Yang Lin accepted the red envelope. She said goodbye to the two at the village entrance and caught a ride to Xiangqing with an uncle from the next village. Before leaving, she took a photo of second grandpa's medicinal field. She sent it to Xia Zhuiyu. Teacher, can you see why his seedlings are turning yellow? Xia Zhuiyu was a specialist in botany. Yang Lin had a broader field of study. Soon, Yang Lin arrived in Xiangqing. She went directly to Xiangqing No. 1 school, where Bai Lian was having a sharing session today. Bai Lian and others had returned from an event. Xiangqing No. 1 learned about it from the Culture and Tourism Bureau. Xiangqing had attracted national attention with 2 finalists in the top 10 of the country last year, and this year they had produced Beijing City's top scholar, achieving an 81% college admission rate, which had surged several times over since the year before, quickly becoming one of the top 10 schools in Beijing. Bai Lian's popularity at Xiangqing No. 1 was even higher than Yen Lu's. Learning that she was coming to share her study strategies caused quite a stir. Not just tourists, but the examinees from Xiangqing No. 1 were thrilled. It was the end of August, and school hadn't started yet. During the summer vacation, Xiangqing No. 1 was open to the public, and tourists visited daily to take photos of the stone landmarks. Early Thursday morning, the entrance to No. 1 was already bustling with people. Although the school anticipated a large crowd, they were still unprepared for the overwhelming turnout and had to urgently call several more security guards for crowd control. When Yang Lin arrived, the place was packed, and to prevent a stampede accident, the school gates had been closed to outsiders. Chapter 890. The true mastermind behind the 350 suspension column. A young man's spirit _3, a police line had been drawn. Yang Lin needed to enter to cooperate with the photo shoot. When she saw the police line and hesitated whether she still wanted to go in, the security guard stopped her. Young student, hurry up and come in. You're the only one missing. The security guard recognized Yang Lin. Bai Lian and her group each had a very distinctive presence, especially Ning Xiao and the others who had been admitted to Jiang University. The security guard naturally remembered them even more clearly. At the entrance, Yang Lin's mother and her current husband were among the crowd. The man held a little boy in his arms, and when he saw Yang Lin entering through the gate, he was stunned for a moment before calling to Yang Lin's mother. Is that your daughter? How did she get in? Today, everyone knew that the former national exam top scorer was coming to share learning experiences, and he had specifically brought his elementary school-age son, Yitian Bao, to learn. Xiao Lin, Yang Lin's mother, was stunned. It had been so long since she had seen Yang Lin that she hesitated for a moment. I don't know. The man frowned slightly, then suddenly remembered something, a sharp glint in his eye. Isn't the house she's living in about to be demolished? I heard that they could be allocated several apartments. Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, the sports field. It was packed with a crowd of people. Bai Lian stood at the podium at the front, holding a manuscript in her hands, dressed in a white high-collared top with embroidered dark patterns, wearing a black and gold horsehair skirt today, her hair meticulously pinned up. Her attire, the snow-white top and ink-black skirt, captured the attention of everyone present. Just standing there, one of the boys in the front who had dressed in the school uniform of No. 1 Middle School asked loudly, Senior sister, how did you get into Jiang University? Bai Lian tilted her head and looked at him. Hard work. Remember this passion you have now. Then work crazily hard. I hope all of you can win. After saying that, she smiled casually. The sunlight hit her face, bestowing her with an air of insurmountable superiority. The arrogance of youthful spirit was incomparable. The noisy voices in the front gradually faded away. The boy was startled for a moment, so enraptured by her that he forgot what to say next. Standing at the front, as well, was Jiang Fulai, wearing a hat and a black face mask. He coolly turned his head, glancing at the boy in the school uniform. The boy was still staring at Bai Lian, dumbfounded, when he suddenly felt a chill and came to his senses, shivering and rubbing the back of his hand. At the back of the crowd, the former class leader of Class 8 said to a tourist, "Following her study methods really helps. I only scored 421 points, but it was 20 points above the second-tier university admission line. Before, in our class, I was one of the last, and there were others with scores similar to mine who didn't even reach the college admission line." Next to him, Bao Boyu slowly lowered his head. He was one of those who hadn't reached the college admission line. Brother, Bao Boyu's sister excitedly grabbed his arm. "They said the school distributed by senior sister's study methods to you. You had such good stuff? Why didn't you give it to me?" At the mention of this, Bao Boyu looked even more upset. At that time, for Run Wanxian and the others, he hadn't taken Bai Lian's study methods. He never asked for it then. As people around him continued to talk about the legends of the 4 Jiang University students from Bai Lian's batch, Bao Boyu looked up at Bai Lian, who was sharing her experience, and realized that back then, Bai Lian was sincerely sharing her learning experience with the students from her school. And he had missed that opportunity. After sharing her experiences, the school was still crowded, but fortunately, Ming Dongheng's car was parked by the roadside, and Jiang Fulai stood by the car door waiting for her. He wore a black t-shirt, his figure tall and straight, his pale fingers pinching a cup of milk tea, as aloof as ever. His eyes were so calm they betrayed no emotion, coldly waiting for Bai Lian. Bai Lian was talking to Lu Lingxi and 2 school leaders by her side. The school leaders wanted to ask Bai Lian a few more questions, but she was in a hurry to go to Beijing. She didn't stay. Lu Lingxi still wanted to ask Bai Lian a few questions about how she was doing at Jiang University, but when he looked up and saw Jiang Fulai holding a milk tea a few meters away, he abruptly halted his steps with the school leaders. "Okay, goodbye." When Lu Lingxi and the school leaders had left, Jiang Fulai looked at Bai Lian for a while before leisurely handing her the milk tea. Bai Lian stretched out her hand, taking the milk tea while sending a message to Lin Guangxiu today, but her hands never actually touched the milk tea. She looked down. Jiang Fulai's other hand was holding a straw, and he slowly asked, "Senior sister, would you like me to put the straw in for you?" Bai Lian. Chapter 891. 351 times back to Beicheng. Who does Xinjiang district belong to? The afternoon sun was dazzling, casting its glow on the young girl's radiant yet languid face. In her hand, she held a speech draft given by the school, tapping it absent-mindedly against her palm. The breeze gently lifted her skirt, hiding the golden patterns in a cloak of gentle yet enchanting mystery. She sighed in resignation. "Fine, as long as you're happy." From the driver's seat, Ming Dongheng didn't dare let his gaze wander and pretended to be invisible. Not far away, a tourist group was approaching. Jiang Fulai held a straw between his slender fingers, his eyes downcast, his aura less captivating than usual, somewhat gloomy as he leisurely opened his milk tea. He passed it over. "Senior, Heiress your cherry fruit tea." Ming Dongheng got into the driver's seat and started the car. Not far off, the principal, together with Lu Lingxi and a group, were heading towards the administrative office. Next to them, a leader from the education bureau kept looking back. The gentleman next to student Bai, he seemed familiar. The principal's brow twitched as he feigned nonchalance. "Director, let's hurry back to the administrative office. Ning Xiao and the others are waiting to take photos." Teacher Lu has also called Yang back this time. Administrative office. Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, and others were there. Zhang Xiais, wearing a baseball cap, leaned against the outside of the corridor, looking down at his mobile phone. Next to him, Wang Qi was excitedly talking to him. The sunlight, piercing through the dust, cast slanting shadows on them. Lu Lingxi had just climbed the stairs when she saw the two appearing somewhat entranced. Mum Lu. Zhang Xi's saw Lu Lingxi, quickly put down his phone, and walked forward 2 steps to embrace her with open arms. And back again. You kid. The principal, unable to hide his grin next to them. Teacher Lu mentioned you got into the University of Political Science and Law. That year's unnoticed student from Xiangqing Middle School had made a striking impression on the principal. Just lucky, just lucky. The principal was about to say it was truly remarkable to get into the University of Political Science and Law, and there was no need for modesty. Zhang Xi's then humbly took off his baseball cap, just the 10th place nationally. Principal, hearing the voices of the principal and Lu Lingxi, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming, and Yang Lin, all waiting in the office, came out to pose for the photographer's photos. Teacher Lu, the principal with hands behind his back, turned slightly to discuss with Lu Lingxi. This kid got national 10th place. Why not go to Jiang University? What was he thinking going to the law school? Didn't Jiang University even try? Lu Lingxi was unsure. It wasn't until Yang Lin, who had finished her photos first, came over to greet Lu Lingxi. After a moment of silence, she gave the principal 2 words, 10 years. 10 years? What 10 years? The principal was baffled, feeling even more that since Bai Lian and her group went to Jiangjing for college, they had become more inscrutable. Yang Lin stood beside Lu Lingxi. Checking her phone, it was black and packed with functions. Previously, her phone could only send messages and make calls, so Xia Zhuyu had given her his old phone to use. On the phone, Xia Zhuyu had already replied to her message. When trimming damaged roots, if the area is too large, it is advised to use gibberellic acid for repair. Having read this, Yang Lin planned to go to the market later to buy some gibberellic acid to send back. She thanked Xia Zhuyu and then put away her phone, her gaze fixed on the photographer in front, but her voice was candid. Teacher, who was that person taking the money before? Lu Lingxi stayed silent. Yang Lin looked at Lu Lingxi, but did not continue to ask. Once the photographer had finished completely, Lu Lingxi took an invitation Zhang Xi's handed her and walked toward the admissions office, then took out her mobile phone and dialed a number. At the school entrance. After the sharing session ended, entrance was no longer restricted. Yang's mother walked alongside a middle-aged man, looking up among the crowd for Yang Lin. Yang Lin, fair-skinned and wearing glasses, was inconspicuous in the crowd. It took a while for the two to spot her. Little Lin, right? The middle-aged man immediately followed, holding a little boy and grabbing Yang's mother, coming over with a beaming smile. Your uncle you were meeting for the first time? They blocked Yang Lin, also for the demolition compensation. But Yang's mother looked at Yang Lin with an awkward expression, uncomfortably fiddling with her hair. Sister Yang. Not far away, Zhang Xi's and Tang Ming noticed her. Zhang rotating the basketball from Wang Qi's hand. What's happening? Some thugs causing you trouble? Wang Qi stood next to Zhang Xi's, baring his teeth at Yang's mother and the man. Not very fierce, but with several tall youths around, especially Ning Xiao on the far left making a phone call. Just a glance over with his brooding eyes carried an intense aura. Chapter 892, 351 times back to Beicheng. Who does Xinjiang district belong to? _2, he was already the hardest to approach in class 15, and these past 2 years, influenced by Jiang Fulai, his aura became even colder. The middle-aged man immediately took his youngest son and fled, as if escaping. Sister Yang, do you want us to take you back? Tang Ming asked. It's fine, Yang Lin shook her head. I'm going to the market to buy some things. Ning Xiao held the phone. On the other end of the phone was Su Nanjing, who was inquiring about Ning Xiao's work on extracting uranium from seawater. It seemed he had overheard Zhang Shi's voice, and he paused slightly. What are you doing? Yang Lin just got stopped by someone. We came over to check. Ning Xiao lowered his gaze, speaking succinctly. The call ended. Zhang Xi's smoothly switched the ball to his other hand and freed one hand to drape it over Wang Qi's shoulder. Sister Yang, can't be like this. I have to mention it to Sister by Lien and Golden Hall Master. It was to get Sister Yang to start exercising. Beijing now has both a high-speed train and flights available with Xiangqing. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai took a flight to Beicheng. It would take 8 to 9 hours by car, but the flight got them to Beicheng in less than 2 hours. Ming Dongheng hadn't come with them as he had to go to Bacter Street for the gladiatorial contest, and the person who came to receive Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai was a familiar face, the general manager of Jiao Hotel, Xie Zhongfei. Xie Zhongfei drove the car steadily to Jiao Hotel and then left the car keys with Jiang Fulai. He didn't dare to linger. The rooms reserved for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were still on the 3rd floor, with their rooms next to each other. Jiang, he didn't come along. These days, he followed Ji Heng around with a chessboard, beating everyone in the alley, young and old, into an invincible state. Now, the idle elders in the alley would run away upon seeing the father and son duo holding their stools. It was a rare trip to Beicheng for Bai Lian. Naturally, she also wanted to see the Calligraphy Association, as well as Zhou Wenba. During the New Year, Zhou Wenba sent New Year's gifts to Bai Lian through Zhou Wenqing. This time coming to Beicheng, Bai Lian had also prepared some tobacco for them. She was on the phone with Zhou Wenba in front. The visit was so sudden that Zhou Wenba didn't have time to prepare. How come you're back already? They'll wait for you at the Calligraphy Association tomorrow morning. Okay. Bai Lian followed behind the lobby manager. The manager held 2 room cards in his hands, opened the door to Bai Lian's room, stood aside to let the 2 of them in. She had just finished speaking on the phone with Zhou Wenba. Lin Guangxi's call followed immediately after. Miss Bai, will you go to the headquarters tomorrow? Bai Lian stood in the living room of the suite, watching Jiang Fulai open the window curtain, lazily leaning against the table with his tall figure, while his other hand braced against the table's surface. Tomorrow afternoon, I have other things in the morning. Jiang Fulai drew the curtain open from the 3rd floor. One could only see the scenery below the hotel. He took a step back, turning to look at Bai Lian. She had just finished speaking with Lin Guangxiu and was slowly sending messages to Su Jiue and a few others left in Jiangjing Laboratory. Her beautiful brows and eyes gathered solemnly, like a heavy, ink-painted landscape. Jiang Fulai glanced over, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, then slowly walked over, pressed her hand that was on the table down, and kissed her slightly tender lips. Meanwhile, rose-colored clubhouse. Lin Guangxiu walked into the private room from outside. In the room, Bai Qiming and Song Min's father stood up to greet Lin Guangxiu with an extended hand, introducing themselves. Director Lin, hello, I am Bai Qiming. Lin Guangxiu greeted them politely. I assume both President Bai and President Song are aware of Zuankang's project in Beicheng. This is the first time Xiankang is going online in the center of Beicheng. We are collaborating with Luo Pharmaceuticals, and we have already obtained the license certification from Beicheng City authorities. Luo Pharmaceuticals was undoubtedly the leading pharmaceutical company in Asia. Even Bai Qiming, who didn't deal much with the pharmaceutical industry, knew of Luo Pharmaceutical status. Of course, President Lin, Bai Qiming sat upright with a serious demeanor, glanced at his secretary behind him, who immediately took out the press release documents of the Bai family and Song family. We also ask you to believe in our alliance with the Song family. Together, we will move forward side by side. Lin Guangxi's eyes skimmed over the document. Before coming to Beicheng, Lin Guangxiu had already investigated the situation, and indeed, both the Bai family and the Song family stood out in terms of strength. However, Lin Guangxiu just shook his head without saying a word. Beside him, a young waitress added wine to Lin Guangxi's glass. Bai Qiming was surprised. Does President Lin have any concerns? This matter is not for me to decide. Lin Guangxiu picked up the wine glass. Not agreeing to the proposal at the dinner table, the top executive of Xiankang will come to our headquarters tomorrow. This was a hint to the 2 men trying to curry favor. Lin Guangxiu was thinking about Miss Bai's upcoming visit. He didn't drink much wine and went back to prepare for the meeting. Bai Qiming and Father Song escorted Lin Guangxiu to his car, and once he had left, Father Song turned to Bai Qiming with surprise. who is the top executive of Xiankong? I don't know. Bai Kaiming's gaze retracted as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Publicly, there's only one Mr. Mao, but it said that he comes from Bacter Street. The rapid development of Xiankong within just 2 years and its significant influence in Jiangjing was enough to demonstrate a powerful background. Both returned to their own homes. Song Min listened to Father Song's report, his eyes and brows slightly raised. The top executive of Xiankong. Who is it? It's still unclear. Your Uncle Bai and I plan to go to the Xiankong headquarters tomorrow. Father Song slowly took off his suit jacket and turned. Then we will naturally find out. The next day, in the afternoon, Bai Lian visited the Calligraphy Association to see an exhibition and had Jiang Fulai hand a gift bag to Zhou Wenba. The gift bag was a white paper bag, not heavy at all. Jiang Fulai had been holding it the whole time. Wearing sportswear and a black mask on his face, Jiang Fulai, holding the paper bag with one hand, followed by Lian calmly, and handed over the gift bag when asked. This was the first time Zhou Wenba had faced Jiang Fulai directly. He didn't know who this person was, but when he caught sight of those light-colored phoenix eyes looking over, he quickly bowed and took the gift bag with both hands. Thank you. After sending Bai Lian off, Zhou Wenba wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and called Zhou Wenqing, oddly complaining about the person who was with Bai Lian. After hearing Zhou Wenba's complaints, Zhou Wenqing fell into a mystifying silence. That should be young Master Jiang. Jiang? Which Jiang? Zhou Wenba was slightly stunned. You know about the Gao family and Xiang family, right? The large academic factions I've told you about, Zhou Wenqing began. Of course, Zhou Wenba knew about some affairs in their academic circle. The head of the Xiang family is a leading figure. Yes, you've mentioned Dean Xiang. He's not the dean anymore. Zhou Wenqing's tone was light and breezy. The election at the Academy of Sciences ended yesterday, and young Master Jiang was elected. Zhou Wenba spoke incredulously. He's so young. Yes, he might be young. Zhou Wenqing clicked his tongue. But do you know who the Xinjiang district in Jiangjing is named after? Beicheng. The Xiankong headquarters was located near the Western Development Zone. Bai Qiming and Father Song arrived here early, both sitting in the lounge room and welcomed by the investment manager. The three of them talked enthusiastically. At 3:30 p.m. Have they arrived? The investment manager got a call from his assistant and hurriedly stood up, apologizing to the two men. Mr. Bai, Mr. Song, please rest here a while longer. Bai Qiming and Father Song exchanged looks, knowing that the elusive person had arrived. Chapter 893. She is Bai Lian. Lin Guangxiu had been waiting downstairs early for Bai Lian. After the people from the investment department came down, the managers from the product and development department stood on either side of Lin Guangxiu. Most of the people inside Xiankong had been recruited by Xiaoqi from outside, and everyone knew about the various exclusive licenses and R&D certificates inside Xiankong. Those who worked at the headquarters always had cameras attached to them to prevent the leakage of certain prescriptions. Subtly, the managers were all aware that their enterprise was no ordinary one. Soon, a local car slowly approached from ahead. Lin Guangxiu took out his phone and repeatedly confirmed the license plate, then led the managers forward. The front passenger door opened first. Lin Guangxiu instantly saw a woman dressed in plain clothes stepping out, with deep black eyes and black hair tied back at the head. Her youthful face looked overly relaxed. She seemed to have none of the gentleness he had expected from a capable female professional. "Miss Bai?" he tentatively asked. Bai Lian calmly closed the car door and turned towards him with a nonchalant wave of her hand, composed and serene. "Manager Lin." As soon as she spoke, her presence was quite pronounced. "Miss Bai," Lin Guangxiu quickly extended both hands and introduced her to the nearby managers. "This is our investment department's manager Zhao, and this is the product promotions." Jiang Fulai turned off the ignition and got out of the driver's seat. When he opened the door and stepped out, the temperature at the site seemed to drop a few degrees. Lin Guangxiu and the others looked over and only saw a tall man walking over to Bai Lian's side. He didn't speak, but merely took a mask and put it on himself, his hands folded in front of him as he stood silently beside Bai Lian, his black clothing making his skin appear unnaturally pale. This demeanor did not seem that of an ordinary person. It had never been seen in Beijing before. Lin Guangxiu quickly shifted his gaze, not daring to ask more, and walked on by Lian's right, leading her through a tour of Beijing's headquarters. Currently, through the official account, Beijing already has over 2,000 people registered for the myopia acupuncture. Lin Guangxiu pressed the elevator button and reported the situation in Beijing to Bai Lian. There are too many registrants, and the account has now stopped taking more. Dr. Huang and several other resident physicians are training other acupuncturists until you arrive. Previously, Xiankong had no presence in Beijing. Bai Lian initially did not mention it, and Xiaoqi had planned to divert Beijing's tourists to Xiangqing. It had been put on hold until now. Xiangqing was now on the right track, with the City Tower, Wallow Street, and Pure Street, etc., all becoming iconic buildings. Over the past 2 years, the people of Xiangqing had been positive and had won the trust of all visitors. No longer needing such diversion, Xiaoqi then planned a branch in Beijing. Most of those seeking myopia acupuncture were students who, due to poor academic performances, had to travel long distances for acupuncture each day. So when Xiankong and Beijing opened, a mass of students' parents camped out to secure appointments. The headquarters elevator was quite spacious. Jiang Fulai, holding his phone, slowly followed by Lian inside. The enclosed space was oppressively claustrophobic. Lin Guangxiu, with a forced nerve, stood to Bai Lian's right, trying to keep a considerable distance from Jiang Fulai. Since he dared to enter, the managers from the investment department did not dare to do so, each standing respectfully outside the elevator, looking up at the sky as if reluctant to enter. Lin Guangxiu watched helplessly as the elevator doors closed. In the lounge, Bai Qiming and Mr. Song were still sitting on the sofa, chatting intermittently. With this partnership with Xiankong secured, things will be easier for us in the future. This was a very important part of their company's external development. We, along with several other families, Mr. Song's expression remained composed. Xiankong will likely choose us without any surprises. His gaze, however, kept shifting towards the door. Bai Qiming set down his teacup and considered the whole of Beijing. Their two families, along with the Kong family, were unmatched by many. Their phones lay on the table, cameras sealed. Soon, the investment department's manager returned, and Bai Qiming quickly stood up. Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao was alone. Manager Lin and the others are still in the meeting room. Manager Zhao understood Bai Qiming's look and smiled. They will visit Dr. Huang soon and should be out shortly. Bai Qiming and Mr. Song exchanged glances. Mr. Song picked up his phone. Manager Zhao, we won't disturb you any longer today, and will take our leave. Manager Zhao escorted Bai Qiming and Mr. Song downstairs. While Mr. Song spoke of leaving, the three of them exited the elevator and stood chatting at the main door of Xiankong headquarters, without leaving. Chapter 894. She is Bai Lian. Tu Guang stared in the direction of the elevator. Three people casually chatted, soon turning the conversation to their children. Hearing that Bai Qiming's children were all at Jiang University, Manager Zhao was very surprised. Oh, they're all at Jiang University? Truly, a lion does not father a sheep. How difficult it was to get into Jiang University was evident to everyone. President Bei's son is studying physics at Jiang University, working on experiments under a professor, Song's father chuckled. He's already preparing for graduate recommendation, and this year he's also planning to receive the highest scholarship. Manager Zhao looked even more impressed. Bai Qiming, though outwardly indifferent, had his hands clasped behind his back. As they talked, Yu Guang noticed the elevator doors opened again. Bai Qiming saw a girl come out first. She was looking down, talking to someone on her left, only the jade hairpin at the back of her head visible. The afternoon light was good, and it illuminated her contour enveloped in light. Bai Qiming was about to look away, but something fell off in his heart. Suddenly he paused, staring intently at the girl. He froze completely. Song's father was still discussing Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi with manager Zhao. Next to him, Bai Qiming suddenly fell silent, looking behind as if stupefied. Song's father looked in that direction, puzzled. Several people walked out of the elevator. In the middle was a plainly dressed girl, with a young man wearing a mask beside her, and on the other side was Lin Guangxiu, whom Song's father knew very well. Song's father was about to say, "Isn't that President Lin?" The next second, the girl lifted her face, revealing a relaxed and casual appearance. His voice also choked. Lin Guangxiu was alone in the elevator, bearing the pressure from Jiang Fulai, and he too had reached a breaking point. Seeing manager Zhao, he was very touched. Taking a few steps forward, he greeted Bai Qiming and the others, only feeling that something was unusual about Bai Qiming's expression. "President Bai, President Song, are you leaving?" "President Lin, there are matters at the company." Bai Qiming barely shifted his gaze away from Bai Lian. He struggled to calm himself. Lin Guangxiu instantly realized that Bai Qiming and Song's father were specifically waiting for him. He chuckled and introduced Bai Lian to them. "What a coincidence, Miss Bai is also about to leave." "President Bai, President Song, this is Miss Bai." After addressing both of them, he turned around, gently and respectfully said to Bai Lian, "Miss Bai, these two are well-known entrepreneurs from Beijing. The Bai family's textile industry is very famous. This time, they also come with sincerity to collaborate with us." Bai Lian stopped, her dark eyes lazily narrowed. Upon hearing this, she just smiled, bowing her head to Bai Qiming and President Song. She did not say much, graciously waiting until Lin Guangxiu finished speaking, then leisurely said goodbye. "Manager Lin, they'll head over to Dr. Huang now." Her expression was indifferent. Lin Guangxiu watched Bai Lian's expression, discerning nothing. The entrance security brought over Jiang Fulai's car, respectfully handing over the keys, which Jiang Fulai took. Yu Guang swept over Bai Qiming, carrying an inherent chill. It was time to depart. Lin Guangxiu could not understand the odd atmosphere, assuming Bai Qiming and Song's father were wary of Jiang Fulai. As Bai Lian boarded the car, he made eye signals to Bai Qiming and Song's father. But his eyes were almost popping out, and the two were still standing in the same place, motionless. The black car slowly drove away. Those standing at the company's main entrance slowly exhaled a breath. Bai Qiming's gaze followed that car. He didn't speak. "Mr. Lin," Mr. Song asked, "those two earlier were—" Bai Qiming also looked towards Lin Guangxiu. "I wanted to ask you—" Lin Guangxiu squinted his eyes, countering, "Weren't you here today to meet Miss Bai? Why is it that when you finally see her, you don't say a word?" "We were here to meet the strategist of Xian Kong," Bai Qiming subconsciously replied. But he stopped midway, suddenly realizing what Lin Guangxiu meant. He looked up, staring blankly at Lin Guangxiu. "Right, you just met her," Lin Guangxiu began. "She is Miss Bai." Bai Qiming sat in his car stunned, and when the driver asked where to go next, he couldn't come to his senses. He just looked up, staring at the office building outside the car window. Xian Kong, like Xiangqing in recent years, is a hot topic on the internet, supporting hundreds of bloggers. To develop a pharmaceutical company in just 2 years to rival the Luo family, Xian Kong must have a mastermind behind its operations. Even Bai Qiming had vaguely heard that Xian Kong wasn't just backed by a single power, it had support both domestically and internationally. But how could that person be Bai Lian? Wasn't Bai Lian studying at Jiang University? She was clearly a physics student. The car arrived at the Bai family home. Gui Weqing was already standing at the gate, wearing a figure-hugging mermaid dress, welcoming Bai Qiming as he exited the car. As he stepped down, she saw Bai Qiming's pale and dazed face and quickly supported him, asking gently, "Qiming, did the negotiation not go smoothly today?" Bai Qiming didn't say a word, just withdrew his hand. He slowly walked to the nearby ancestral hall. In the middle of the ancestral hall, where the family tree was placed. 2 years ago, he and his granduncle had crossed out Bai Lian's name here. It was also here that he sent Bai Lian to Xiangqing. Remembering the overwhelming news from last time, Bai Qiming's eyes lost their sparkle. "Ancestors, did I really make the wrong choice?" Meanwhile, Mr. Song also arrived at the Song family. Song Min was also at the company today, waiting for some good news from his father. Strangely, as soon as his father returned, he said nothing, only went to pour himself a cup of coffee. The secretary glanced at Song Min and didn't dare to intervene. Song Min waved his hand to dismiss the secretary, and seeing his father about to overflow the coffee, reached out slowly to turn off the machine, his handsome brows furrowed. "Dad, what did Mr. Lin say? Did you meet the person behind Xian Kong?" He and Bai Xiaoqi had always been involved in startups, albeit small scale compared to their family businesses, but he was considered the most successful among this group of rich second generations. It was precisely because of these attempts that he understood how terrifying it was for Xian Kong to develop to such extent within a few years. "I met her." Mr. Song picked up the coffee and walked outside the lounge. Mr. Song was in finance. Bai Lian aced her exams. Bai Lian received excellent grades, all of which he had no concept of. He didn't understand what this excellence actually entailed. But put in a business context, tell him Bai Lian is the top decision-maker of Xian Kong, and he would immediately comprehend. "Song Min," Mr. Song called him as he stepped outside. In the earliest days, Song Min and Bai Lian were engaged. Song Min's heart skipped a beat. He looked up. Mr. Song was holding a white porcelain coffee cup, not drinking, his gaze deeply fixed on his son, his tone complicated. "She is Bai Lian." Chapter 895, 353, Jiang University Preparatory Camp 6, 1, 2, 4, 7, 5, 2, 4 points. At the end of August, the weather in Beicheng wasn't so hot. Lin Guangxiu and manager Zhao were in the office, discussing Bai Kaiming's reaction just now. This president, Bai, has been so determined to secure this cooperation, making such efforts before and after. How did he drop the ball at the critical moment? Lin Guangxiu sat down with narrowing eyes. Both shrewd, they had already guessed there must be more to this. "Speaking of which," said manager Zhao as he sat opposite Lin Guangxiu, picking up the teapot to pour a cup of tea for Lin Guangxiu. "Miss Bai and President Bai both share the Bai surname." "The same surname? Bai?" This point rang a bell for Lin Guangxiu. After much contemplation, not daring to disturb Xiaoqi, he decided to ask Sun Chun instead. Sun Chun was also one of Zioki's top generals, smart and quick to learn anything. She had a hand in the design of the Xiankong logo, a veteran figure by now, and she was very approachable. All the managers under her got on very well with her. Jiangjing. Sun Chun had the day off today. Wearing a silver tank top and denim shorts, her chestnut curls casually draped behind her head, she leaned against the bubble tea shop at the edge of the university town snack street, waiting for the boss to make her a mango pomelo sago. Upon receiving Lin Guangxi's call, she didn't say much but flipped through her phone and sent him a piece of news. "Classmate," the boss handed the mango pomelo sago to her, noting Sun Chun's attire and the direction she was looking in. "Are you a student from the Fine Arts College?" The boss, who had seen many students, thought Sun Chun, with her aura, very much resembled those studying art, particularly those from the Fine Arts College. "Me?" Sun Chun took the mango pomelo sago, thanked him, and replied, "I'm not a college student." "Not a college student?" The boss looked at Sun Chun with a hint of surprise, but didn't inquire further. Sun Chun inserted the transparent straw into the bubble tea cup and took a sip of the chili mango pomelo sago before glancing once more in the direction of the Fine Arts College. She waved at the boss and turned to leave. After she walked away, a girl with a drawing board came from the left and looked at Sun Chun's retreating figure with some confusion. Jiao classmate, the bubble tea shop owner, clearly knew this girl. "Do you know the lady who just left? She looks kind of familiar." Jiao classmate skillfully ordered a bubble tea, touching her chin. The bubble tea shop owner picked up a large cup to make another tea, shrugging. "Do you? But she said she isn't from your school." "She probably isn't. Otherwise, with her looks, she would have been featured on the confession wall long ago." However, the girl wondered, why did this miss look somewhat familiar? Far away in Beicheng, Lin Guangxiu. He opened the news article Sun Chun had sent him and was taken aback. Manager Zhao, Lin Guangxu picked up his teacup and gulped down the hot tea. We cannot cooperate with the Bai family and the Song family. Look for other material. Most people were watching the Zhuangcangs move into the center of Beicheng. It was originally thought that the Bai family and the Song family, by forming a powerful alliance, could take the lead. Unexpectedly, Xiankong abandoned the collaboration with these two influential figures in favor of other enterprises. That same day, Lin Guangxu deleted the Bai family and the Song family from the backup materials sent to Bai Lian and Xiaoqi. Zhuangkang's decision to avoid cooperating with the Bai family was something Bai Qiming could probably have predicted the moment he knew who Bai Lian was. Still, he hadn't expected things to unfold so quickly. That very evening, rumors spread of Lin Guangxu dining with the Wei family. Bai Qiming stepped out of the ancestral hall, having just received this news from his secretary, and his expression grew increasingly dim. He wandered into the family conference room in a daze. The spacious conference room felt empty, redwood chairs lining the sides of the 10-meter table, all unoccupied. He pulled out the chair at the far left and sat down. "Tell me, did I do something wrong?" The butler stood silently behind Bai Qiming, knowing what he was thinking but not daring to chime in. When Bai Shaoke first appeared, the entire Bai family saw him as a savior. Later, after topping the Beicheng High School exam, he became the pinnacle achievement of the Bai family for decades. Even the butler thought that the family wouldn't see another descendant like him for decades to come. Therefore, the Bai family's great-uncle went to great lengths. He invited Bai Shaoke and Bai Xiaoqi back, driving away Ji Mulan and leaving only Bai Lian behind. Back then, Bai Lian was considered uneducated, and even the butler felt that bringing Bai Shaoke back was the right thing to do. Who knew that in just 2 short years, such a drastic change would occur? The girl who was once caught cheating in school and rejected by Beicheng High School later became the top scholar in the national exams. Now, she had a significant relationship with Xiankong, a pharmaceutical empire that had branches all over the country. Who could have seen that coming? Chapter 896, 353, Jiang University Preparatory Camp 6, 1, 2, 475, 24 points. _2 Sir, the butler sighed inwardly, but changed the subject. The young master is being recommended for this year's top scholarship at Jiang University. The top scholarship at Jiang University, that's like a battle among gods. If he gets it, pretty much there won't be any problem with his research placement. In the past, Bai Qiming would have been very pleased to hear such topics, but now he could hardly feel happy. If Bai Shaoke can secure a research placement, what about Bai Lian? Bai Lian hadn't paid much attention to the matters of Beicheng's Xiankong branch. After dealing with Beicheng's affairs with Jiang Fulai, she hurried back to Jiangjing. The two still had a pile of matters to handle at the research institute. Ji Heng, however, was not in a hurry to return. Yang Lin had to stay behind to handle demolitions. She hadn't taken much vacation this year. Her holidays spent either in the lab or working part-time. This time Xiaojiu gave her a long holiday to sort out her family affairs, so she wasn't in a rush to return to Jiangjing. Ning Xiao's family had no one else, and he didn't stay longer in Jiangjing either. After knowing that Wang Yufeng had bought the apartment in Shanghai apartment, he decided to bring his grandmother's portrait to Jiangjing. The day after Bai Lian returned, he packed up and headed back to Jiangjing first. The others decided to stay a few more days in Shanxing. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian returned to room 303 a day early, and Dean Huang asked her about the speech draft she and Ning Xiao were working on. Both had been recommended for this year's Celebrity Wall. They needed to defend and give a speech at the Golden Report Hall. Jiang University had created a promotional panel for them, which Dean Huang had just sent to Bai Lian to see. "It's finished." Bai Lian leaned against the back of her chair, holding a white silk handkerchief in her right hand, methodically wiping the cyan porcelain vase beside her, her gaze fixed on the enlarged panel on her computer screen. The panel was a perpetually fresh light green hue. At the top was the school's emblem and the words Jiangjing University in bold letters. Below that was a title, Jiangjing University Elite Scholars Undergraduate Candidate Department of Physics Bai Lian, Below, that was a bunch of her introductions. Grades from the Tongphone class, several major competitions, and even that training abroad, even the paper written with He Won and Ning Xiao. All were listed there. If you have no issues, we'll have it displayed on the celebrity wall tomorrow. Dean Huang said, satisfied on the phone. The presentation on the 3rd. Is Ning Xiao back yet? Bai Lian diverted her attention. He will be back tomorrow. Good. Show me Ning Xiao's draft for the speech. 20 professors will be judging on the 3rd, and inevitably there will be people from the Xiang family among them. Dean Huang was always pleased with Bai Lian. Even he couldn't find fault in the review she wrote. If it weren't for his teacher beating him to it, he would have made her his direct apprentice without hesitation. Dean Huang needed to check Ning Xiao's draft. Bai Lian ended the call, pulled up Ning Xiao's WeChat, and asked him to send the speech draft and the PowerPoint presentation over to Dean Huang. Jiangjing University. Dean Huang was reviewing Ning Xiao's draft while talking to Shunyu. Why doesn't he come to our school? Shunyu, holding a thermal mug, paced back and forth in Dean Huang's office. I'm about to retire, and I want to see him join our school before I retire. Dean Huang multitasked through the speech draft. You should stop persuading that student. Didn't he think about what the people from Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law were there for? If not wielding pens to draft laws, then hammering gavels in court. If their president knew that Jiang University still harbored desires for Zhang Xi's, what then? It said Zhang Xi's even has an obsessive-level teacher. So why doesn't he come to our school? Shunyu looked at Dean Huang again. Dean Huang. Fine, they've turned their dean into a broken record. He had ceased paying attention to Shunyu and was multitasking by finishing the lecture draft, feeling that Ning Xiao had written it exceptionally well. Surprised, he then opened the PowerPoint presentation. The second slide of the PPT was about the presenter. The moment he saw who the presenter was, Director Huang immediately closed the PPT. At this moment, Shunyu could see Director Huang's actions clearly and stopped. Is this Ning's PPT? In the past, it was rare for even one student to make it to the celebrity wall each year, but this year there were 2, and Shunyu took this matter very seriously. However, he also worried that Ning Xiao might not pass the voting by the senior professors. After all, Bai Lian was backed by an academician from the Ma Institute, whereas Ning Xiao was genuinely unaffiliated. Yes, Director Huang calmed down. As for him, you need not worry. The next day, 7 in the morning, Jiangjing University staff had placed 3 advertising boards, each over a meter tall, to the right of the huge rock at Celebrity Square. The school was currently preparing for the orientation of new students. The staff and many senior students had returned to set up the campus in their respective departments. Kong Wei and Yu Min, who were part of the student council and had been promoted to department heads, were now following Yi Jingxian's lead to set up the physics department's orientation site early. Jiangjing also had new students who came early with their parents to tour Jiangjing University, and they checked in at Celebrity Square right away. In front of them, statues of Liang Zuan and his students filled the first few rows, admired by all. Those closest to them were the names engraved on the huge rock of the celebrity wall, the ultimate aspiration of all students at Jiang University. Since the inception of this huge rock, fewer than 70 people have achieved this honor. The last person to have their name engraved on this rock was He Won, the man who had led the entire Jiang University's research trend in the past 2 years. Everyone was certain that those who appeared on the celebrity wall would become leading figures in their respective fields of study. And today, the tourists and Jiang University students who routinely visited Celebrity Square to pay their respects saw the 3 advertising boards placed nearby. Kong Wei, joining in the excitement, could also see the content of the boards and shouted, "You see Min. Come take a look." You see Min, holding a banner, moved closer and squeezed into the crowd to look. The middle board had a green background and was slightly taller than the 2 beside it. In the top left corner was Jiangjing University and its logo. In the center were 4 huge characters: Jiangjing University Elite Scholars, Jiang University Celebrity Wall, Report Session, September 3rd, Golden Report Hall. On the left and right sides were the two candidates participating in this report session. On the right was a young man wearing glasses, pale-faced, and looking somewhat melancholic. Physics Department, Ning Xiao. The one on the left, well known to most at Jiang University, Physics Department, by Lian. That wasn't all. Everyone was looking at the description below by Lian. Aims high, stands above all. Asterisk 3 SCI papers as second author, asterisk Jiang University Mathematical Modeling Competition, first prize, asterisk outstanding graduate of the winter summer camp. Bai Lian was only a freshman. When did he participate in the math modeling? Of course, these were no longer important. At the site, all eyes of Jiang University students were on the last row. Asterisk Jiang University Preparatory Camp 6, 1247524 points. Chapter 897, 354, is just revisiting the peak. Did Jiang University's prep camp have a player with over 60 million points? Of course they did. Everyone remembered the one who suddenly appeared in the top 10 last year. Then slowly surpassed the scholars from my institute, and finally reached second. With her speed, everyone on the app knew that it was only a matter of time before she scored full points. She was the first to reach this position step by step in front of all of them. It was only after the Mu family announced their members that so many people flocked to them. Some had guessed who that second place was, all guessing it was someone from an overseas lab. No one expected to see that name at Jiang University. Is this the God Picker? Yu Simin gripped the banner in her hand tightly, while her other hand pinched Kong Wei's arm. Kong Wei stood beside her. It's her, it's really her, our roommate. As the two spoke, the alumni of Jiang University nearby also exploded. The God Picker is actually her? What kind of genius is this? Right. And there's also Ning Xiao. He's from her class, isn't he? What kinds of people were in last year's college entrance exams? These 2 days were Jiang University's most bustling freshman orientation ceremony. Yet this year, it was overshadowed by the addition of 2 new students to the celebrity list, with not many posts discussing the newcomers on the school forum. The quality of this year's freshmen wasn't as explosively impressive as last year with several prodigies. All were overshadowed by the posts about the God Picker and the celebrity wall. This was also the result the school wanted to advocate for academia to celebrate benchmarks, so as to produce more benchmarks. The university town's forums were also madly filled with a flurry of posts. God Picker! Am I witnessing the birth of a new god? It's actually her. The campus exploded. Bai Lian's WeChat groups were also exploding, with students from Tongfeng class and former foundational theory classes all frantically tagging Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Especially Bai Lian. Aside from Gao Wen's group, classmates from Tongfeng often asked her questions. She was gentle and polite. Everyone felt close to her. Bai Lian was in room 303, drawing a pattern of flowers on the table. Looking at the buzzing phone, she replied a few messages before realizing the group messages were flooding even faster, so she quietly put down her phone. If it had been Zhang Fulai, let alone these classmates, even Dean Huang and the president wouldn't dare to tag him. When Sun Chun and Xiaoqi arrived, Bai Lian had just completed a drawing of iris flowers. Zioki's legs had recovered about 70 to 80%, and he walked over. He was also holding the planning proposal from Beicheng. Bai Lian set down her brush and reached out to take Zioki's planning proposal, surprised that Sun Chun also came over today. While looking at the planning proposal, she inquired about Zioki's recent rehabilitation training. I can move like a normal person now, Xiaoqi said nonchalantly about his legs. Doctor, he's been giving me acupuncture every day. Sun Chun went to boil water in the kitchen. Room 303 was still arranged by her, as Bai Lian's stuff was placed just as originally situated without much change. Sun Chun boiled the water and incidentally made a pot of tea, pouring some for both of them. Occasionally, she answered Bai Lian's questions about Xiankong headquarters. Jiang He and Xiaoan were still in Xiangqing and hadn't returned, making room 303 quite deserted. At the building entrance, a taxi pulled over. Ning Xiao got out from the passenger's side, and Yang Lin with black-rimmed glasses followed from the back seat. Both went to the back of the taxi to retrieve their luggage. Yang Lin was still on the phone with Xia Ryu. "Teacher, yes, I've arrived. They'll head to the school after dropping off my luggage." Originally, Yang Lin wasn't supposed to return for another 2 days, but Xia Ryu suddenly needed her back. She hurried back to Jiangjing with Ning Xiao, taking advantage of the start of the school year when the entrance to Jiang University was crowded. She decided to first return to Shanghai apartment. At the door of room 303, Yang Lin placed a hand on her suitcase. One hand pressed the doorbell. By her side, Ning Xiao was reading a paper. The door opened from the inside, and a tall woman in a white t-shirt and light-colored jeans greeted them, her curly hair lazily draped behind her head, a lit cigarette held between her fingers. Yang Lin's eyelashes were slightly lowered. She hardly looked at people, a pair of pitch-black eyes hidden behind the lenses. At that moment, seeing the woman who opened the door, those pitch-black eyes trembled. It seemed the woman opening the door hadn't expected Yang Lin to be the one ringing the bell either. She too stopped at the doorway. The two stared at each other, neither willing to look away. In the midst of this strange atmosphere, Ning Xiao realized something was wrong. He put down his phone, looked up, and greeted Sun Chun expertly. "Sister Sun Chun." Chapter 898. 354 is just revisiting the peak_2, then she glanced sideways and called out in a low voice, "Yang Lin?" Yang Lin was always silent, paying little attention to others except for Bai Lian, even capable of ignoring Jiang Fulai. This was the first time Ning Xiao had seen any semblance of emotion on her face. The anomaly at the doorway disturbed Bai Lian, who was in the living room. She put down the document in her hand. "Why not come in?" Sun Chun pursed her red lips and moved to the side, gesturing for Yang Lin and Ning Xiao to come in. Yang Lin's hand still rested on the handle of her suitcase, probably pale, as she stood at the door. After a long moment, she finally moved her feet and entered the hall. In the hall, Bai Lian raised her hand, unfolded the teacups one by one, and poured 2 fresh cups of tea. She gestured to the empty seats beside her, signaling for everyone to sit down, and pushed the cups of tea towards Yang Lin and Ning Xiao with her pale fingers. Her gaze fell on Sun Chun, and her other hand tapped on the table intermittently, not asking any questions, but speaking to Ning Xiao, speech on the third. Ning Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Xia Ryu called again, asking his assistant to come pick up Yang Lin. Yang Lin hurriedly answered the call and left. Bai Lian looked at the luggage Yang Lin hadn't had time to take with her and glanced at Sun Chun. She gestured for her to come to the study. In the study, Bai Lian stood in front of the desk, her slender and symmetrical hands holding a silver pair of scissors, trimming an exceptionally fresh rose. Without questioning Sun Chun, she meticulously continued to trim. Dressed in a long green dress, her lashes lowered, she appeared calm and serene through a hazy side view, exuding an air of tranquil timelessness. Watching the water droplets roll off the rose petals in Bai Lian's hand, Sun Chun found herself calming down as well. She began calmly. "Miss Bai, Yang Lin is my sister. She must have recognized me." Bai Lian's hand, while snipping the stems, paused briefly. She was not so surprised. She had noted the peculiarity of their meeting moments ago. Only the hand holding the scissors tensed. Your real name is Yang Qiong?" She looked up and asked. Sun Chun's gaze shifted to the window. It had been a long time since anyone had called her by that name, which she presumed Yang Lin had told Bai Lian. "Yes," she said, and then smiled lightly. "Sold to Backter Street at 17 for 7 years. If it weren't for you and Mao Xiao, I'd still be trapped in Backter Street." Having said this, Sun Chun knelt before Bai Lian, her expression solemn as she kowtowed 3 times. "Miss Bai, you and Yang Lin are my greatest saviors." Sun Chun was well aware of the troubles that plagued Yang Lin. Now, Yang Lin had been admitted to Jiang University, and she herself had escaped that dire place. Everything was moving in a positive direction. "Yang Lin has been looking for you for a long time." Bai Lian helped her up Go talk to her after she gets out of Professor Xia's lab. Sun Chun stood up with a sigh and a bitter smile. I know, but I don't know how to face her. She didn't know how to tell Yang Lin about her current life. Sun Chun left the room. Bai Lian pursed her lips, watching Sun Chun's retreating figure. Her thoughts wandered to the trophy displayed in Ji Shan's house, and to what Xin Qing had once told her about the most talented student who won first place in the art exam, was pre-invited by 3 art schools, and whom Ji Xiaojun could not forget, Yang Xiao. It turned out to be her. The first daughter sold by Yang Jiamin. September 3rd. Today is Sunday and the last day for new students to register. In the Golden Report Hall, many people arrived as early as 6 in the morning with their student ID cards, vying for a spot to sit in. Those who came late could only wait outside the hall's entrance, hoping for someone to leave. When Bai Lian and Ning Xiao arrived at the entrance, the stairs on both sides of the door were crowded. Seeing Bai Lian, most of the crowd waved their books or phones, shouting, "Godsend." Bai Lian stepped on the stairs and, hearing their voices, turned back to look. She was wearing a white chiffon long dress today, decorated only with 2 bands of embroidered flowers at the cuff and hemline, radiating a simple elegance. The morning sunlight filtered through the airborne dust and landed on her, making her resemble a young noblewoman leisurely strolling through a bamboo forest. As the breeze graced by, the students standing on either side of the staircase watched her skirt flutter, temporarily lost in reverie. They conjured in their minds the image of the Bai family's young miss following close behind Liang Zuan at Celebrity Square. Inside the Golden Report Hall, the first 2 rows were reserved for professors. The rows behind were filled with students eager to audit the lecture. The dean stood at the entrance and, upon seeing Ning Xiao and Bai Lian, relayed the details. Ning Xiao, you will speak first, and the professors will occupy the first 2 rows. Ning Xiao, holding a USB drive, listened to the dean's instructions and went to the podium to prepare for his presentation. Chapter 899, 354, is just revisiting the peak_3. The first 2 rows were occupied by highly influential professors from the physics department. Professor Sun Fu, who initially led Bai Lian's experiments, was also there, sitting in the second row, squinting at Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, with an expression hard to argue against. Sitting in front of him was Zhou Wenqing. The classroom that day could be said to contain half of the might of Jiang University's physics department. The students from the physics department and other departments sitting at the back didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Bai Xiaoke had come with Zhu Jinhua, and since Zhu Jinhua was a student of Dean Huang, they found seats at the back. Bai Shuke's gaze was fixed on the professors in the first and second rows. His eyes rested on the empty seat beside Shiryu. It was almost 8:30, and Dean Huang was sitting to the right of Shiryu, but the seat to the left of Shiryu, which was the centermost seat, remained empty. It won't be easy for them today, will it? Bai Xiaoke asked. I heard that the professors have to agree unanimously for the name wall engraving. Last year, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had offended a few professors. Professors, Bai Xiaoke continued, as Zhu Jinhua had been silent, looking at the empty seat. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived yet? Zhu Jinhua already knew that Bai Lian was Dean Huang's junior sister. Upon hearing Bai Shuke's question, he simply shifted his gaze, clearly surprised. He's coming today as well? When mentioning him, he spoke as if treading on thin ice. Bai Xiaoke was still wondering who he was. Just then, the front door was opened. A tall figure entered, backlit by light. Bai Xiaoke couldn't make out the person's face, but even across the distance, he felt a chilling coldness, and he instinctively held his breath. At the same time, all the bigwigs of the physics world in the first and second rows, including Dean Huang, stood up. This was an honor not even given to Dean Huang. Jiang Fulai bent slightly, just nodding towards them, then casually took his seat beside Shiryu. Bai Lian continued to stand on the left, arms crossed, watching Ning Xiao open the PPT presentation. Ning Xiao stood at the lectern, introducing himself, and then his introducer's details appeared. Everyone in the lecture hall saw the dark golden page behind him, displaying the text. Introducer information: Jiang Fulai, Deputy Director of Jiangjing University Physics Science Center, Deputy Dean of Aerospace Research Institute, Deputy Dean of Scientific Research Academy, Dean of Dark Matter Institute. The lecture hall fell silent again for several minutes. After the presentation, it was time for the professors in the first and second rows to ask questions and make comments. Sun Fu had been prepared to give him a hard time, yet he ended up asking an innocuous question akin to, "Did you have breakfast this morning?" When it was Bai Lian's turn to present, no one stood in her way, even more so. As the closed-door disciple of academician Ma, not to mention having Dean Huang's backing, with that senior brother's pull, who would dare to give her trouble? And so, the lecture presentation was over. Immediately after the presentation concluded, workers engraved the names of Bai Lian and Ning Xiao on the Wall of Fame. Jiang Fulai had left early and was wearing a duckbill cap, waiting for her by the Wall of Fame. Bai Lian was still talking with Kong Wei and others. She instantly spotted Jiang Fulai standing outside the crowd. He was tilting his hat brim down, looking up ahead. "Damn, your name." Kong Wei grabbed Bai Lian's arm, directing her to look at the name wall, her face flushed with excitement. "This can go into our family records. Look quick, your name is up on the Wall of Fame." Bai Lian stood beside Kong Wei and followed her gaze. The worker was carving the final stroke of the Lian character in her name. She watched indifferently, relaxed. "How can you be so relaxed? It's your name up there. If it were me, my family's genealogy would need a whole new page just for me." Kong Wei's eyes were wide. You see me nodded along next to them. Having one's name engraved on the Wall of Fame was the pursuit of all students at Jiang University. Even the old Madame Su had once sighed over this wall. To appear in the same field with Liang Zuan and his students was a great honor, and nearly the lifelong pursuit of all students. However, Bai Lian looked at the statue behind Liang Zuan, the one holding a long spear. She just smiled. Behind her, the midday sun shone brightly. Excitement? She had returned here in another capacity, letting her teacher witness that the spirited young girl he couldn't let go of hadn't lost this time. It was merely a return to the pinnacle. Chapter 900, 355 Great Rivers and Mountains, and Jiang University's celebrity list has 2 new additions. No need to mention Bai Lian, as her popularity was nearing that of Yuan. Neither of them had returned to school. They had been staying at the Research Institute these past few days. Bai Lian documented a set of data and went back to the lounge, where Jiang Fulai was blatantly seated in her place, answering her phone. Seeing her come in, he raised his hand and gave the phone to her. "It's your grandpa's call." Bai Lian unbuttoned her lab coat and took the phone. "Grandpa, I've already told Xiao Jiang. I still need to stay in Xiangqing for another month." Ji Hong was smoking, his speech somewhat muffled. "Xiao Han will stay as well to record the process. How is your template drawing coming along?" As requested by the Xiangqing Culture and Tourism Bureau, Pura Street was also an ancient part of the city worth developing into Xiangqing Ancient Town. Knowing there was a group of embroideresses on Pura Street, the Bureau had invited these teachers to embroider a piece as both publicity and a representative item of the ancient town. It was said to involve 20 to 30 embroidery masters. "I sent it back yesterday." Bai Lian took the tea Jiang Fulai had poured for her. "Have Xiaohan bring it to you." After hanging up the phone, Bai Lian sipped her tea and slowly printed out the data. Jiang Fulai was still sitting in the chair, his finger on the mouse, looking at an untranslated paper. The sunlight through the window lazily shone on them both as he read every word, then suddenly said, "There's a 7-day holiday for National Day." Neither had really rested over the summer vacation. Bai Lian set down her teacup and turned to look at him. "I've bought the tickets." Jiang Fulai closed the paper on his screen and looked up. Bai Lian realized it was the tickets to the snowy mountains. National Day, the peak of the tourist season. The snowy mountains were on the border. On the evening of September 30th, Jiang Fulai pulled a suitcase and drove to Jiangjing Airport. At Shanghai apartment, Chun Bei-xian watched Jiang Fulai's black car drive away. She had one hand in her pocket, watched Ming Dongheng, and asked, "Aren't you following young Master Jiang on his long journey?" The Jiang family felt relaxed. Ming Dongheng took out his car keys, glanced at Chun Bei-xian, and said, "No need to worry. With Bai Lian there, what was there to worry about? Worry about others not living long enough? All right then, where are you headed? Give me a lift." Chun Baixian's car was restricted today. She had come with Su Nanjing, who was upstairs discussing official matters with Ning Xiao. She opened the passenger side of Ming Dongheng's car. Xingyi Martial Arts School. Ming Dongheng put on sunglasses and started the car. Always so cool. He and Hall Master Jean had recently been teaching Yang Lin body conditioning techniques. It was her first time teaching a newcomer, and although Yang Lin was not very quick on the uptake, she was very enduring. Ming Dongheng and Hall Master Jean were very concerned about it. They put their hearts into it, showing off their best skills. Xingyi Martial Arts School. Chun Bei-xian lowered the car window, very interested in the Xingyi Martial Arts School. She went with Ming Dongheng. When they arrived at Xingyi Martial Arts School, All Master Jean was teaching Yang Lin how to stand firm. Chun Bei-xian recognized Yang Lin as Bai Lian's classmate from Jiang University, a highly talented student. Just as she was about to ask Ming Dongheng how Yang Lin came to be here, she turned to see Hall Master Jean placing a large silver metallic block in the crouching Yang Lin's hands. Chun Bei-xian, wasn't that iridium? After Yang Lin finished her half-hour session, Chun Bei-xian went over and tried to lift the 50-centimeter square block of iridium. She couldn't lift it. After a moment of silence, she began to ponder. Yang Lin shouldn't be at Jiang University. She should be in a military academy. Of course, it would be even better if she were in her team. Jiangjing Airport. The elderly Jiang butler waited at the VIP entrance with 2 boarding passes in hand. From a distance, he saw 2 young people. The man was dressed in a white shirt with a subtle pattern, black casual pants, and wore a baseball cap, its brim pulled low to obscure his face. The woman beside him wore a beige linen long dress, her long hair simply tied up, her eyes looking downward as she spoke to someone next to her, relaxed yet warm. A smile appeared on the face of the butler. As the 2 approached, the butler handed over the boarding passes. "Young master, Miss Bai." Jiang Fulai lifted his head and introduced Bai Lian. "This is the Jiang butler." Bai Lian looked at the elderly man. He was wearing a black coat, with noticeable wrinkles around his eyes and forehead. "Hello." The butler saw the 2 of them off at the plane and again gently reiterated to Jiang Fulai the hotel and itinerary he had booked. Only when the backs of the 2 disappeared at the boarding gate did the butler withdraw his gaze. He took out his mobile phone, squinted his presbyopic eyes slightly, and called Gao Shu. "Director Gao." The butler said warmly and joyfully, "Do you think it's time for me to start preparing for the young master and Miss Bai's wedding? These preparations will take a year or 2, especially Miss Bai's wedding gown. I need to make a trip to Xiqing." The marriage of the Jiang family's crown prince was bound to be opulent, and these preparations were anything but simple. There was the oldest weaving factory in Xiqing, and the butler planned to personally visit the owner to custom make and order a cloud brocade phoenix robe for Bai Lian. Such a timeline for the work would take at least a year. "Gao Shu, Butler Jiang, you might not need to worry about that. Alien's grandfather should have it prepared, but you can make a spare one. Mr. G is getting on in years, and you might also prepare some everyday clothes for Alien." "That works too." The butler decided he needed to find time to go to Xiqing to have a phoenix robe custom made for Bai Lian as a priority. They'll have someone contact the Xiqing weaving factory. National Day. Tourist season. Like all other travelers, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai took a car to the foot of the mountain to queue for cable car tickets. Jiang Fulai wore a black scarf, pulling it up to cover his jawline, revealing his prominent nose. He knocked on the window, waiting for the ticket seller to hand over the tickets. Not wearing a mask, his pale eyes seemed colder than the snow-capped mountains. The ticket seller dared not make eye contact, and her movements sped up significantly. Bai Lian stood next to him, wrapping a large beige scarf around her, her face strikingly beautiful. She adjusted her scarf downward and politely conversed with the ticket seller. "Could you give me another oxygen bottle, please?" Jiang Fulai was somewhat puzzled as to why she needed to carry oxygen. The two of them walked amidst the crowd, queuing to enter the cable car. A cable car could seat 4 people. Given it was the peak tourist season and there were many people, the couple across from Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai was also a young couple out for fun, appearing to be college-aged. They sat chirping, but as Jiang Fulai bent down to enter, his noble demeanor and distinguished air were visibly different from that of ordinary people, even though he awkwardly carried an out-of-place red oxygen cylinder. The two simultaneously quieted their voices, especially the young man, who stayed silent, pretending to look at the machinery outside with the girl beside him. In a confined cable car, where the temperature was already low, it seemed to drop another few degrees. Bai Lian sat next to Jiang Fulai, casually leaning back. This was her first time on a cable car, and she curiously watched the scenery below, moving quite fast. Jiang Fulai held the oxygen cylinder for her, another hand placed behind her. He wasn't watching the snow-capped mountains, for he was tired of them. His light eyes mostly rested on her, only lazily glancing at the mountains when she mentioned the scenery outside. The young woman across from them sneakily watched them, seemingly excited but too frightened to speak. She pinched the leg of the young man beside her. Upon reaching the mountain summit, they disembarked from the cable car. Seeing that the couple opposite hadn't moved, Bai Lian courteously smiled at them and led Jiang Fulai off the cable car first. After they had left, the young woman softly said to the young man beside her, "Did you see that young lady just now? Isn't she the one from Jiang University who was really popular last year?" Bai Lian's popularity was phenomenal, but in the era of intense media traffic, it had peaked for only a few days. It was soon overshadowed by other trending topics. The young woman still vaguely remembered Bai Lian, solely because Bai Lian's face was exceptionally striking. After getting off the cable car, they hadn't yet reached the mountaintop. There was only a landmark check-in spot and a stretch of stairs to climb slowly for a sweeping view of the scenery below the mountain. But half of the people didn't continue climbing, choosing to check in at the landmark near the cable car instead. Fog blanketed overhead, and the sunlight was cold, with snowflakes drifting downwards. Jiang Fulai, wearing a black long-down jacket provided by the hotel, took Bai Lian to climb the final stretch of stairs. That direction used to be the earliest laboratory, Jiang Fulai said, having climbed a few steps and pointing ahead. "It's now restricted and pretty much gone, but if you want to see, they'll take you there by another route later." Bai Lian looked in that direction, seeing only a vast expanse of whiteness and occasionally some exposed rocks. The world was vast and boundless. She pulled up her scarf. Because they were walking slowly, snowflakes leisurely settled on her lazy brows, bringing a touch of chill. Bai Lian shook her cloak, scattering the snowflakes that had landed on the black fabric onto the ground. Being robust, she didn't wear the down jacket the hotel manager had prepared for her and wasn't cold even at the mountain summit. Stepping onto the last step at the peak, the thin oxygen began to affect even the young Lord Jiang. As Bai Lian walked towards the railing, she took the oxygen bottle from his hand, turned the valve open, and handed it to him. Jiang Fulai caught up with her and took it. Standing beside her, he quietly watched with her. Bai Lian leaned on the railing, looking around. The snow-covered mountains were perennially intact, majestic and solemn, stark yet sacred. Leaning against the railing, she glanced sideways at Jiang Fulai, who was leisurely breathing in oxygen, and smiled lazily. The snow mountains are indeed beautiful. She had traveled through the torrents of time to this world, intertwining and colliding with the modern era. This magnificent landscape, like a giant lying prone, had shone for 5,000 years, dimmed at times, but never faded away. The land was vast and beautiful. Chapter 901, 356 Extra 1, The Mysterious Apartment of the Gods. Shiqing Ji Family Winter Break. Ening Mu discussed New Year's plans with Ji Hung at Shanghai apartment, hoping Ji-hung would stay in Jiangjing for the celebration this year. Ji-hung squinted her eyes and slowly embroidered, shaking her head. No. Yining had anticipated this response, yet she proposed, "Then let's return on the third day of the new year." Last year, she and Mu Zhao had gone back to Xiangqing to celebrate the new year, so naturally, she planned to return this year too. The third day of the new year? Ji-hung squinted, dropping a stitch. "I might not be in Xiangqing after the new year." As they spoke, Bai Lian returned outside. Yining put down her cup and stood up upon seeing the two guards following behind Bai Lian, clearly just coming from the laboratory. The guards were in plain clothes, but their demeanor was markedly different from that of ordinary people. Over 2 decades ago, Yining had seen this type of guard behind some of the elders in the Mu family. She did not expect to see them today by Bai Lian's side. Yining knew Bai Lian was involved in a project related to extracting uranium from seawater, but as for the other research that couldn't be disclosed publicly, she knew nothing about it, though she can imagine its importance based on how the Institute was currently treating her. All the previous news about Bai Lian on the internet had been deleted, and the Institute was also reducing the number of her public appearances. After confirming Bai Lian was home, the two guards did not stay long. Once they left, Ji-hung inquired about Bai Lian's holiday plans for the new year. "I haven't taken a day off in over 2 months. Bai Lian glanced at Jiang in the classroom. "The university is giving me a 7-day holiday starting the day before New Year's Eve." With responsibilities now, Bai Lian's holidays were not as free as those of ordinary students, especially since she was now a core member of Jiang University and a spokesperson for the new generation. Wherever she went, 2 guards would always be with her for protection. Fortunately, due to the concentration of talent, Shanghai Apartment had upgraded its security personnel, including guards and even janitors, to military management. The guards felt relieved after safely escorting Bai Lian back home. Of course, because of this, now anyone wanting to rent or buy an apartment in Shanghai Apartment had to go through a political check of 3 generations. Dean Jian had already purchased the first floor next door, and Shunyu was also looking at a suite in the neighboring building, planning to formally retire and join Ji-hung's fishing team. Entry to Shanghai Apartment was restricted to either PhDs or professors, making access increasingly complicated. Lance was stopped at the gate last time, because he was a foreigner. It was only after Jiang Fulai wrote a note for him that the guards at the gate, armed with guns, let him in. In the past 6 months, due to various changes, Shanghai Apartment had become a sanctuary of the gods within the circle. Some people in the circle knew who lived in buildings number 5 and number 6, and they were sharpening their heads, trying to move in. They wanted to be neighbors with leading figures in various fields. However, buying an apartment in Shanghai now was no easy task. Those who could afford a place here now were influential figures in Jiangjing. 7 days? Ji-hung was surprised, not expecting Bai Lian to get such a long holiday now. "I need to go back to Xiqing after the New Year's Day." He was unsure if Bai Lian might be called back by the organization then. He didn't plan to take Bai Lian with him. Xiqing. Bai Lian removed her coat and walked towards the courtyard, her bangs loosely falling over her forehead, quite casually. She didn't ask further, all right. She remembered Ning Xiao's project was located in the maritime area of Xiqing. This year, the Lunar New Year falls on the 30th. Ji-hung, as usual, returned to Xiangqing 5 days early to prepare the New Year goods. And he brought Jiang He along. Mao Kuan and Xiao Qi also returned with them. Ming Dongheng stood under building number 5, watching the backs of Ji-hung and Jiang He, then turned to talk to Su Nanjing, quite puzzled. "I don't need to follow young master anymore." Bai Lian, being in the laboratory, was escorted out by 2 laboratory guards, accompanied by a driver as well. It seemed Ming Dongheng was out of a job for a time, just usually protecting Ji-hung and Jiang He. Now, even protecting Jiang, he had been taken over by Mao Kuan. Su Nanjing returned his gaze. "Don't you still have to teach Miss Yang?" "Right, Sister Yang." Ming Dongheng cheered himself up. They were just about to head back. Not far away, a car from the Physics Institute drove up, and Su Nanjing recognized that it was Dean Huang's car. He stopped to greet him. Young Su, Dean Huang, shiny-headed, was stepping down from the back seat when he saw Su Nanjing and raised his hand. Just in time. Do you have any vacant places in building number 5? Of course, there weren't any left. Su Nanjing somewhat regretted not buying more units in this complex back then. Chapter 902, Spin-off 356, The Mysterious Apartment of Gods. Shiqing Ji family _2 Su Nanjing answered him. Dean Huang, you should head to Building 6. Principal Shi and Dean Jian are also there, and you might still be able to get it approved. Dean Huang felt a sudden tightness in his heart. Dean Jian of Jiangyin? Could he still be harboring designs on Bailian? Is Building 5 sold out? Dean Huang's heart tensed, and in a couple of days, he would need to mention to Shunyu that he shouldn't let Dean Jian lead people astray. Su Nanjing fell silent for a moment. Dean Huang looked up, having visited Building 5 many times himself. It wasn't to see Bai Lian or Ning Xiao. It was to see Yang Lin. Besides them, there were hardly any other comings and goings in that building. There should still be many empty rooms. Almost, Su Nanjing replied. The rest are in Jiang Guest's hands. You know who owns this property. Dean Huang, this damn rich man. This year, the Lunar New Year in Xiangqing was livelier than ever. The number of people from out of town who came to Xiangqing for the New Year had doubled from last year. Not only that, the number of people coming from elsewhere to settle in Xiangqing was gradually increasing. And at the Jihang's courtyard, on New Year's Eve, the atmosphere was exceptionally lively. Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, Mao Kuan, Xiao Qi, and Xiao were all there, with Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing acting as the main chefs, while Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, and Mao Kuan served as their sous chefs. Jiang He was outside playing Go with Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai, meanwhile, was affixing couplets at the entrance of the courtyard under Bao Lian's direction. He had a tall and straight figure with distinct features, using his height to his advantage. He tilted his body to align with the couplets, his brows, like the cool moon, lowering slightly as he methodically asked Bai Lian, who stood 2 meters away, "How about this height?" Bai Lian, dressed in a green gown, casually clasped her hands, standing on the bluestone path of the alley. A little lower on the left, move a little more to the left. Occasionally, tourists who went to Pura Street to worship the tree god got lost and wandered into the alley where fireworks and human life intertwined. In the lingering twilight, they only saw a pair of godly lovers, delicate in features and seemingly not of this world, affixing couplets. For a moment, the travelers thought they had entered another dimension. They only came to their senses when the woman in the green gown turned around. Hearing that the travelers were lost, Bai Lian smiled and pointed to the black lamppost at their side. Follow the lampposts of this color, and you'll reach Pura Street. The travelers looked up and finally noticed the black lamppost behind them, different from the silver railing lampposts at other directions of the crossroads. Following the black lampposts, they indeed quickly arrived at the main avenue of Pura Street. The travelers, looking at the crowded throng outside, felt suddenly bewildered, as though they had just experienced a fabled land of peace, and involuntarily took another glance back. At the Ren family, usually boisterous, this year it was exceptionally quiet. I asked already, he's spending New Year's with his grandfather. Ren Jiawei entered the living room and saw Ren Xian, who had aged several more years, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows. He's not coming back. She was talking about Xiaoqi. Ren Xian remained silent, showing little emotion towards what Ren Jiawei said. This proud man had spent his entire life, but now he was stuck in a dead end. He resented Zhou Jian, but couldn't bring himself to be close to Xiaoqi, his grandson who hadn't even finished junior high, nor could he face the fact that his granddaughter, whom he had raised by hand, had long known that she was not his biological kin. Is he continuing his studies? Outside the front gates, an elderly lady with a walking stick came in. Ren Jiawei treated the old lady with great politeness. Granny, as for him, it depends on his own wishes. Xiaorong and I have no right to control him. This lady was Ren Qian's sister, Ren Jiawei's grandaunt. Ren Jiawei had always called her granny out of respect as a junior family member. The Ren family granny shook her head, but she didn't speak in front of Ren Jiawei. only waiting until Rin Jiawei walked away with a bag before she spoke to Rin Qian. I think you should really think it through. This can't go on like this. That, she paused, momentarily forgetting Zioki's name. He can't be a delinquent for life. It would be better than... She stopped herself, realizing it wasn't appropriate to bring up Ren Wanxian, given the circumstances. She didn't mention it further. After the new year, Xiaoqi needed to verify the matters of the Xiangqing suspended health clinic. Ji Heng was going to Xiqing. Bai Lian usually didn't inquire much into Ji Heng's private affairs, but Jiang Fulai asked him a couple more questions. Standing behind Bai Lian, watching Jiang He and Pu Xiaoan play chess, he remembered something. The main base for seawater uranium extraction is in Xiqing. You and Ning Xiao also need to go over there. You still have to hand things over to Shida University. A confidential project. Bai Lian's hand slowly twirled her phone. Let's send a report that will go with Grandpa. She and Ning Xiao just happen to need to collect some data as well. Jiang Fulai watched as Pu Xiaohan placed a white piece and, unable to bear looking directly, averted his gaze. Okay, I'll arrange it. Xiqing, a city close to the sea with distinct seasons. The old district of the weaving factory, quaint and charming. In the manor house of the old city district, people in black clothes reported to the individuals in the tea room. Eldest lady, second master, second lady. The eldest son-in-law arrived at the airport at 1 o'clock. Holding Buddha beads, Ji family's second master remembered who the eldest son-in-law was, and his expression turned cold. The Ji family's eldest lady set down her teacup and stood up. Have someone clean up Wangxin's room again. The Ji family's second lady looked puzzled at the second master. She married late and had never met Ji Wanxin, only having heard of this talented woman. Beside them, a young man also looked towards the second master. Grandfather, who is the eldest son-in-law. Your aunt Wanxin, Ji family's second master said in silence, moved to Xiangqing after marrying a man from another place. He picked up his coat and headed out the door. The second lady watched his retreating figure. Aren't you waiting for the eldest son-in-law? Ji family's second master didn't speak and just left. Well then, Grandma. The young man also left. I'm heading out too. There's an alumni association today, and I heard Master Pei is also attending. We'll go have a look. The second lady waved her hand, signaling him to go. Xiqing Airport. The Ji family chauffeur was waiting for Ji Heng. Ji Heng was still dressed in an old-fashioned robe, holding a big smoking pipe, and was exceptionally silent. He didn't bring any luggage. Jiang Fulai was still inside the VIP room, communicating with people on Xiqing side. His and Bai Lian's arrival took the people from Shida University and the Seawater Base by surprise. Bai Lian accompanied Ji Heng to the drop-off point. The airport was crowded, and not far behind her, an undercover security officer who had been waiting at the airport followed. Eldest son-in-law, the Ji family's driver confirmed Ji Heng's identity over the phone, very polite, and his gaze then fell on Bai Lian at his side. And this lady is wearing a blue trench coat. Bai Lian seemed like a hazy blue moon in the sky, peaceful and casual. She made the surrounding scenery seem like mere background. Granddaughter, Ji Heng waved his hand, signaling Bai Lian to go back. No worries, we'll go ahead. Ji Heng's granddaughter? The Ji family's driver sat puzzled in the driver's seat. Eldest son-in-law, isn't your granddaughter coming along? Ji Heng was silent for a moment. He didn't know what Bai Lian was up to, but he knew she had official business today. The guards had been waiting for her and Jiang Fulai in the waiting room since they landed. He imagined Bai Lian with 2 guards visiting the Ji family. The thought was too beautiful. She has things to do. Ji Heng settled into his seat. Forget it. The identities of these kids were special now, and meeting them wasn't as easy as it used to be. Behind him, Bai Lian watched Ji Heng's car leave, noting down the license plate number. On her way back, she received a call. It was Wang Su. It seemed noisy on his end, and he found a quieter place. The prefix was a bit long. Goddess of Fortune. I heard from Pei Su that Ning the genius told you guys are in Xiqing. How come you're on our turf without telling me? Where are you guys now? Chapter 903. Outtake 357-2. The big shot comes to Xiqing. A gift Pei Qin and Wang Su were both from Xiqing. Both of them kept a low profile at Jiang University, but their families were influential in Xiqing. Wang Zu's family was well-educated. His uncle worked at the Jiangjing Research Institute, and his grandfather was the chancellor of Xiqing University. His grandmother was a professor at Jiang University, and his enrollment in the physics department there was entirely due to family reasons. As for the Pei family, that went without saying. As soon as Ning Xiao mentioned that Bai Lian and her group had arrived in Xiqing, they couldn't sit still. Wang Su left behind the young gentry of the Xiqing circle and stepped outside to call Bai Lian. Airport, Bai Lian replied to him. You and Pei Qin find some time the next 2 days. Now that he was in Xiqing, Bai Lian also planned to take the two of them to the base for a visit. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Wang Su became excited. Good. He hung up the phone and returned to the private room. A group of people gathered together, greeting him with laughter. Brother Su. Wang Su smiled at them, and as he looked up, he saw Pei Qin almost surrounded and seated in the center on a single sofa. Despite the dim lighting of the spacious private room, Pei Qin, dressed in casual knitwear, legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine, exuded a sense of authority that seemed to seep out from every fiber of his being, even in casual attire. He was speaking to a young man on the sofa to his left. In an official tone, Zhuo Jr., Wang Su greeted the young man, then leaned against the coffee table behind him, gesturing with his hand for someone nearby to pour him a glass of wine. You're right, Sister Lian and her group have really arrived. Get ready, free up the next 2 days. What? Tomorrow? Pei Qin, who had just been conversing in a tone of official propriety, sat upright with keen eyes. Wang Su took the glass of wine, thanked the woman, and raised his eyebrows. Pei Qin took out his phone, texted Ning Xiao, and then gestured to Wang Su. Let's talk outside. I was asking Sister Lian. Wang Su noticed Ning Xiao's profile picture, shrugged. I really don't know how you communicate with Ning the scholar. Wang Su always felt that Bai Lian was the most approachable person, but as for the cold Ning Xiao, he found him too distant. Pei Qin gave him a glance. Ning Xiao was demonstrative with emotions, which compared to Bai Lian's inscrutability. Even if she smiled at you, you couldn't guess what she was thinking was truly frightening. He couldn't be bothered to explain to Wang Su. They stepped out. The rest exchanged glances, and someone braver asked, Brother Zhuo, what are Wang and Pei discussing? Who is Sister Lian? They did not know the Lian. Upon reflection, there were no girls in their circle with that name. Additionally, there were few peers in Xiqing who could make Pei Qin and Wang Su address them as sister. Zhuiyang took out a cigarette, and someone immediately lit it for him. He slowly blew out a ring of smoke and pondered. The person in question is probably not from Xiqing. Everyone present could detect the respect in Pei Qin and Wang Zu's tones when they mentioned Ning the scholar and Sister Lian. Ji Yin listened quietly to the conversation among the others. Not until Wang Su and Pei Qin returned did everyone notice the joy on their faces, a happiness even Pei Qin, who was always composed, could not conceal. At night, at the Ji family, when Ji Yun returned, the Ji family's eldest grandma was still in the hall. He burst in, coat still on. Eldest grandma, do you know who arrived in Xiqing from our side? He was tugging at his coat when he stopped mid-sentence. He noticed an elderly man in a gray robe seated next to the eldest grandma, someone Ji Yun had never seen before. Ji Yun realized this must be the great uncle he had heard about from his grandparents. He swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue, reined in his impulsive character, and politely greeted him. This is Ji Yun, the eldest grandma, now old, doted on Ji Wanxin, the family's only daughter back then. When Ji Wanxin died abroad, Ji Heng did not bring back her ashes, which the eldest grandma resented for many years. Now, she had become much more serene and introduced Ji Yun to Ji Heng, the eldest grandson of the second son's family. While introducing Ji Yun, the eldest grandma also briefed Ji Heng on the members of several branches of the family, ending with, and there's Along. Ji Lang and his fiancée are discussing business and haven't returned yet. Ji Yun's second uncle became annoyed. He was the one most attached to Ji Wanxin as a child. When Ji Hung took Ji Wanxin away from Xiqing and she died without him seeing her one last time. This time Ji Hung came back, and he did not show Ji Hung kind eyes, even though Ji Hung was extremely respectful towards him and the eldest grandma. He put down his teacup and took Ji Yun away. Watching them leave, Ji Yun also excused himself from the eldest grandma and followed. Chapter 904, Spin-off 357 Episode 2. A VIP comes to Xiqing, bringing gifts_2 as the two of them stepped out of the courtyard. Ji Yun finally spoke. Grandfather, I went to Brothers today and saw the person from the Pei family and the Wang family. It seems like a high-profile individual has arrived in Xiqing today. As for how significant, Ji Yun didn't know. The second elder of the Ji family paused his steps, tilting his head to look at Ji Yun, a thought crossing his mind. Is it the business deal that Ji Lang and the rest were talking about? Ji Lang was from the third branch, and although the Ji family's weaving and textile business wasn't as booming as before, it was still recognized as an intangible cultural heritage with an unrivaled cultural depth. The family might not be extremely wealthy, but their heritage was undoubtedly rich. For many years, it had been managed by the eldest grandmother. In recent years, however, she had shown intentions of letting go. Ji Lang and Ji Yun had been openly and secretly contending for control, and recently, Ji Lang seemed to be in contact with a group regarding a business deal. It was not a huge deal, but the other party seemed to have quite an influential background. The Ji family's second elder also wished to get involved, but, unfortunately, couldn't find the connections. He didn't even know who was looking to order what type of clothing from the Ji family. Uncle Meng from the eldest grandmother's side escorted Ji Hung back to Ji Wangxin's former room. Miss Wangxin's room has always been kept, he said as he opened the door, showing Ji Hung the well-maintained but antiquated facilities inside. The pearwood couch was impeccable. You'll stay here tonight. Ji Hung stood outside the door, feeling as if everything was surreal after 40 years, clutching his smoking pipe, his voice deep. Thank you. Uncle Meng glanced at Ji Hung, then closed the door and left. Ji Hung stood still for a long time. Then step by step, he moved to the couch, running his fingers over the mahogany, his hands withered, and gradually sat down on the couch without saying a word for a long time. Meanwhile, at the eldest grandmother of the Ji family's place. After Uncle Meng returned, the eldest grandmother's parlor was now occupied by a young couple. The eldest grandmother was speaking to the young woman with a gentle voice and a smiling face, clearly pleased with the pair. Uncle Meng also bowed, respectfully greeting second young master, Missin. Uncle Meng, where have you come from? Ji Lang asked with a smile. From your aunt's husband, that is, your grandmother's husband from her side of the family, the eldest grandmother's side. After 40 years, he has finally returned. Aunt's husband. Ji Lang and his fiancée looked at each other, surprised. They had never heard of him. It was only when Uncle Meng was escorting them out that Ji Lang cautiously inquired about his grandmother's husband. Uncle Meng mentioned only a few details. Having been out of touch for many years, what he knew came out of Ji Hung's own mouth today. He's been living in Xiangqing all along. No wonder we never receive any news from them. I heard there's also a grandson and a granddaughter from outside the family. It was only in the past 2 years that Xiangqing started to develop. A grandson and a granddaughter from outside the family? Ji Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, inconspicuously asking for more details. I heard his granddaughter came with him to Xiqing and is currently at a friend's house. She didn't return with him. Beyond that, Uncle Meng was not sure. Ji Lang made a mental note of the matter. After Uncle Meng had escorted them to the door and left, Miss and beside Ji Lang spoke up. Cloud brocade, phoenix robe. This matter still requires your eldest grandmother to take action. The two of them quickly put the matter concerning Ji Hung out of their minds. I know. Ji Lang was aware of the importance of the issue. We can't let Ji Yun and the others find out about this. Ji Yun went to the Zhua family's gathering today. Missin adjusted her dark green coat. I heard a high-profile individual is expected in our Shiqing. Do you think it might be that butler? After the Zhua family's gathering dispersed, the attitudes of Wang Su and Pei Qin were no longer secret. Impossible. Jilang shook his head, intoning solemnly, "You should know to whom that butler belongs." How could the Wang family and the Pei family possibly be related to them? Nevertheless, he would have to investigate who those two families were referring to. The next day, in the northern part of Shiqing, a lane was exclusively separated from a coastal area. Wang Su drove his flashy amber sports car, looking up when he reached the grand entrance with barriers on both sides, and the solemn and serious words, "Seawater Purification Scientific Research Base," emblazoned above. He fell silent for a moment, scratching his head and asking Pei Qin beside him, "Did I pick the wrong car to drive today?" Bai Lian had sent the location directly to the two of them, but since the research base had only recently been built, it wasn't displayed on satellite images. When Wang Su first clicked on it, he thought this place was just a deserted beach. He chose a car suitable for the beach, but who could have guessed upon arrival that it would be a research base? Driving such a flashy car here, Wang Su felt like he was committing a crime. Sheepishly getting out of the driver's seat, he called Bai Lian. Seeing that Wang Su was calling Bai Lian again, Pei Qin opened her mouth, seeming to want to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Chapter 905, Extra Story 357 Part 2. The VIP visiting Shiqing. Gifting _3 Jingjing waited at the door. 3 minutes later, a slender figure emerged, dressed in a black trench coat, with one hand tucked into his coat pocket, standing a few meters away, calmly looking at them. Wang Su and Pei Qin suddenly felt a tingle on their scalps. Both of them stood up straight and obediently greeted. "Mr. Jiang." "Come in," Jiang Fulai said indifferently, turning around. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao were examining machines, both wearing white lab coats, walking in the operation room under the silver dome where some machines were running. Wang Su and Pei Qin wore temporary badges and looked around in amazement. The group spent the entire day there with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, calculating data and occasionally asking Wang Su and Pei Qin questions about the model. It wasn't until evening, after Bai Lian took a phone call, that the group finally left. Ning Xiao continued to stay for research, while Bai Lian was off to see the medicinal herb producers in Shiqing, where Xiaoqi had earned his first batch of capital. She was in Shiqing with Jiang Fulai, driven by a security guard from Shiqing. 2 security guards followed them from start to finish, never too far or too close. After reporting his data, Xiankong presented Bai Lian with items transported over from Xiangqing. "Miss Bai, these are for you," sent by Mr. Xiaoqi. There were several gift boxes prepared by Ji Hong for the Ji family. The 2 security guards behind Bai Lian neatly took them all. After seeing Bai Lian and her party off and ensuring they had left, the bodyguard next to him asked the Shiqing manager of Xiankong, puzzled, "Is Miss Bai really one of ours from Xiankong?" "Of course," replied the Xiankong manager. "Manager, let's renew our contract for another 10 years, the bodyguard said, visibly more spirited. "Manager, you weren't this easy to talk to when I hired you." Ordinary people wouldn't notice, but as a former soldier, the bodyguard could tell that the 2 men who followed Bai Lian had bulges at their waists, most likely guns. These days, those who dare to carry guns on the street, the Ji family. Ji Hong sat beneath the willow tree next to Ji Wangxin's room, quietly looking at the emerald green stone pond, until Bai Lian's call came through, telling him the gifts had arrived. Back in Shiqing, Ji Hong had prepared New Year gifts for his grandmother and the others in the family, some tobacco bought from Lisheng, and some special product from Xiangqing. Since the tobacco hadn't arrived yesterday, Xiaoqi had mentioned that it would be convenient to bring it along with the Xiankong delivery today. Ji Hong was not yet ready for Bai Lian to visit the Ji family. After all, her situation was quite special. He went to greet his grandmother and mentioned that he had to take care of some matters outside. "It's that old butler." Ji Lang said something quietly to the grandmother, and upon seeing Ji Hong approach, He lowered his eyes and quickly changed the subject, knowing they deliberately shifted the topic. Ji Hung didn't mind. He just told his grandmother that he needed to go out. The grandmother didn't stop him. You haven't been back to Xiqing for a long time, and Xiqing has changed a lot. Let old Meng accompany you out. Uncle Meng could drive and take Ji Hung to meet Bai Lian. On the road, Ji Hung received a call from Ren Xian. Ren Xian wanted to give Ji Hung his New Year greetings since they hadn't met in person, just a phone call for the New Year wishes. After the call, he casually mentioned Xiaoqi. The two then discussed going back to school for a bit longer. Ji Hung had no objections to Xiaoqi's decision not to continue junior high school. Ren Xian, even if unconcerned about Xiaoqi, was somewhat annoyed at Ji Hung's indulgence. After the call ended, Uncle Meng looked at the back seat in astonishment. Talking about your grandson? Is he going to school? Junior high? He can attend school in Xiqing. You don't have to worry about the school registration, with young Master Lang and Missin here. No need. Ji Hung hung up the phone and shook his head. He's 18 now. Going back to junior high isn't right. What? 18? Uncle Meng was taken aback. He had thought that Ji Hung's grandson was around the age of 13 or 14, appropriate for attending junior high school. He hadn't anticipated that at 18, there was still a dilemma about going to junior high. He had intended to ask Ji Hung about his granddaughter as well, but now didn't dare to ask. It wasn't long before they arrived at the tea house on Old Street. Uncle Meng parked the car, followed Ji Hung out, and looked around at the ancient charm of Old Street. Which place are you looking for, sir? Alien. Ji Hung took up his pipe, headed in a certain direction. My granddaughter. His granddaughter? Uncle Meng looked surprised for a moment and followed. Chapter 906. Extra 358-3. A meeting. Grandpa's demeanor. It was still January, and the Old Street was crowded. The tea house was at the end of the road, a solitary courtyard all by itself. Meng Shu had heard about this tea room. The person backing it was no minor figure, and it only entertained a limited number of guests each day, in a quiet atmosphere. The first time Meng Shu came here, as soon as he pushed the door open and entered, he saw the lacquered wooden square tables in the hall and several old men speaking in low voices in the courtyard. Once the courtyard door closed again, it shut out the noise from the outside. Following the carved wooden staircase next to him, he went up to the private rooms on the upper floor. Ji Hung gave the number of the private room, and someone led him towards the back. The room was at the very end of the second floor. Outside the room stood two men in black casual wear, their eyes sharp and imposing, looking rather formidable. They weren't Jiangjing's guards, and Ji Hung didn't recognize them. He stopped, just about to clarify his identity to the two guards. The man on the left then lifted the bamboo curtain, letting Ji Hung in. Meng Shu was surprised to see the two men standing outside the private room, noting that they seemed to be bodyguards. He stayed outside, but in the instant the curtain was lifted, he thought he caught sight of two people sitting at the wooden square table. Inside the private room, the environment was somewhat enclosed. Bai Lian sat leisurely by the window, watching the small bridge and flowing water below. A small boat drifted slowly under the arch bridge, with red lanterns hanging on both sides of the bank, flanking a cobbled path and white walls topped with green tiles. A scene like a tranquil ink painting, subdued and serene. She withdrew her gaze, crossing her arms as she assessed Ji Hung's mental state, noting he seemed quite relaxed recently. It seemed the Ji family held significant emotional value for him. Jiang Fulai picked up the teapot to pour tea for Ji Hung, sitting opposite, the fragrance of tea enveloping them. Next to it was the gift box Ji Hung had requested. Ji Hung picked up his teacup, slowly sipping from it as he spoke to the two. It would be enough to have someone send it over to me. Jiang Fulai set down the teapot leisurely, drawling, "No rush. We're on a break for the next couple of days." Meng Shu was still waiting outside, and without lingering, Ji Hung finished the pot of tea and left with a bunch of gift boxes. Jiang Fulai bowed slightly, lifting the curtain to see him out. He said his goodbyes to Ji Hung in a low voice. With cold and downcast eyes, He spoke lazily with emphasis, exuding an air of distinguished pride. Meng Shu instinctively lowered his gaze, inwardly startled. If Ji Hong was his granddaughter, who then was this person with such an extraordinary presence? After leaving the tea house, Meng Shu stepped out of the small courtyard and back into the bustling street. "Young Master Ji," Meng Shu said, looking at the boxes in Ji Hong's hands, "let me help you with those." Back door of the tea house. An official car slowly stopped at the entrance. A middle-aged man hurried down and walked briskly inside. "Pei Qin really should have told me about such an important matter earlier." He straightened his suit as he walked in. Upon reaching the second floor, seeing the two guards at the door, he took a deep breath and adjusted his clothes. The two guards clearly recognized the middle-aged man and nodded slightly, greeting him, "Mr. Pei." Pei Qin's father nodded politely back at them before reaching out to lift the curtain and go in. "Miss Bai, hello." He was Pei Qin's father and also the man behind the tea house. Pei Qin had just called him to inform him that Bai Lian was at the tea house, and Pei Yuanfu, Pei Qin's father. "Hello." Bai Lian stood up and shook hands with Pei Qin's father. Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai was on the phone with the butler, giving Pei Qin's father a slight nod as a greeting. Pei Qin's father felt a tightness in his heart and dared not look further. He quietly thanked Bai Lian. Not only had Bai Lian looked after Pei Qin and other members from Xiqing after college, but during the senior year training camp, Pei Qin's father had heard from his son about this promising candidate. And now it went without saying, with Xiqing's largest scientific research project of the past decade, Bai Lian was also one of the initiators. Remembering Pei Qin's reminder, Pei Yuanfu dared not engage in too much conversation with Bai Lian and the other. After a few quiet words, he turned to leave. Jiang Fulai swirled his teacup, inquiring politely, "Do you not have any of the old Banjiang tea?" Pei Yuanfu owned the tea house and was an enthusiast of tea culture. Naturally, he had vast knowledge about tea. Hearing Jiang Fulai mentioning it, he promptly responded, "They'll have someone send it over right away." The tea house had Banjiang tea of a younger vintage before, but in the last 2 years, as Banjiang tea became particularly popular and exceptionally expensive, Pei Yuanfu's tea house could no longer supply it. Pei Yuanfu had also procured 2 small jars through connections, keeping them at home as a treasure, hardly daring to drink them. After leaving, he immediately made a call, urging that it be sent over post-haste. Chapter 907, Extra 358-3, A Meeting, Grandpa's Demeanor, 2 in the private room. Jiang Fulai opened the window a crack and spoke to Bai Lian. "The butler will be here soon to show you the design." Bai Lian brewed another pot of tea. "What design?" Jiang Fulai did not reply. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Soon, the butler arrived with a brocade box, opened it, and showed Bai Lian the embroidery inside. "Miss Bai, take a look. Do you like this embroidery?" Bai Lian stood up and leaned over to examine the embroidery closely. Butterflies threading through flowers, the stitches tight and precise. Having seen Ji Hong's embroidery often, Bai Lian could discern some skills. This piece was acceptable, but not as good as Ji Hong's craftsmanship, who was still considered an amateur. "It's all right," she nodded. However, the butler could tell that her approval was not very high. Especially, the butler looked at the vibrant poppies on Bai Lian's collar. He did not understand much about embroidery, but even with a simple glance, he could see that, while not lavish, those simple poppies had more artistic depth than the butterfly pattern. At the Ji family home, Ji Lang received a message. He ended the call, stood up, and spoke to his parents. The person in charge didn't like the work. "He'll have to go to Grandaunt." Originally, Ji Lang wanted the people from his branch of the family to make this embroidery, reluctant to let Grandaunt's people get involved. Since no one saw the embroidery from his branch, Ji Lang had no choice but to consult Grandaunt. "Embroidery? Along, you mean?" Ji Lang nodded. "Grandaunt, opportunity knocks but once." Naturally, Grandaunt knew how to prioritize and ordered someone to fetch a piece that she had won a prize for 2 years ago. Since it's a cloud brocade phoenix robe, this lady must intend it, as a wedding dress. She can't be very old. When Ji Hung returned, Grand Aunt and Ji Lang were examining her award-winning embroidery. It depicted red plum blossoms on snow, red and white, creating a picturesque scene. Ji Hung glanced at it and nodded silently to himself. Upon seeing Ji Hung, Grand Aunt let go and greeted him. Uncle Meng set down some gift boxes. Grand Aunt, these are New Year's gifts Master and Second Master and Third Master brought for you. The decoration on the gift boxes was quite exquisite. Ji Lang glanced casually at the gift boxes, didn't pay much attention, and hurriedly left with Grand Aunt's work. Grand Aunt sat down again. Having heard that Ji Hung was going to see his granddaughter, why didn't you bring her back with you? She's been a bit busy lately. Ji Hung simply made an excuse. He might also bring a bodyguard when he returned. Of course, he was also concerned that the circumstances at the Ji family might affect Bai Lian's development. She rarely visited the Mu family, maintaining only a slightly better relationship with the Su family. Given her unique status, Ji Hung did not want to put her in a difficult position. Grand Aunt looked quizzically at Ji Hung. So busy during winter break? However, Ji Hung was always reticent, sank into thought for a moment before asking about his last few decades. You haven't been back, and we couldn't get any news about you. I'm sorry. Ji Hung was very apologetic, but did not elaborate further. Ji Hung was well aware of his unusual status. Ji Milan had left the Ji family, but still frequently encountered trouble. During that time, he stayed in Xiangqing incognito. He did not want to impact the Ji family either. Now, due to that issue involving Bai Lian, a significant number of people had been purged domestically, leading Ji Hung to decide to return this year. After Ji Hung left, Grand Aunt had Ji Hung's gifts distributed to the second and third branches of the family, then asked Uncle Meng about Ji Hung's circumstances. That miss by seems quite extraordinary, but Uncle Meng hesitated for a while before mentioning Xiaoqi's situation. Didn't finish junior high? Grand Aunt was somewhat shocked, stunned into sitting down. She remembered when Ji Wanxin was admitted to Jiangjing University. She traveled alone to Jiangjing to study. Her talents made her the most famous talented woman in Xiqing, coveted by many. She couldn't bear to see her descendants like this. Grand Aunt sat for a moment longer, then lifted her hand and sighed. Find an international junior high school, and have Alung pay more attention too. Find a time to speak with his father-in-law. We can't delay the child. Ji Lang's fiancé's family was in the education sector. It was indeed right to contact them. At the residence of Ji family's second master. After he and Ji Yun returned, the second madam showed him the gifts that had been sent over. Isn't this perfect? Don't you like to smoke? She showed the second master a box of rolled tobacco placed beside, stored in an exquisite wooden box, along with 2 cans of tea and an embroidery piece. The second master originally did not want to see the gifts from Ji Hung. When he saw the embroidery, he paused for a moment and then, with slightly trembling fingers, caressed the embroidered orchids on it. It was clear that the embroidery was new. Chapter 908, 358 Extra 3. Meeting Grandpa's Grand Entrance _3 But the nature of the needlework, the spirituality, Ji family's second master could see, this was Ji Wanxin style. But Ji Wanxin had been dead for many years. It shouldn't have been her embroidery, so it could only have been Ji Hung. To have learned and carried forward Ji Wanxin's embroidery skills, Ji family's second master knew Ji Hung had spent some time on it. If you don't want it, I will take it back and get it to my cousin. Second grandma glanced at the second grandpa, speaking slowly. Bring it to my study. Ji family's second master turned around. Second grandma looked at his back. And what about the tea and tobacco? I see you don't like them much. Take them all. After he left, second grandma then looked at Ji Yun. Your grandfather? He's just Sundara. Third branch. Ji family's third master had always been very ambitious, starting from paving the way with Ji Lang's fiancée. The Yin family was a family of scholars in Xiqing, with the old Mr. and being from Xiqing Education Bureau, and both AN's father and mother were professors at Shida University. Their family of old scholars had a wide network across Ziching's education circles. Ji Lang was the linchpin of the third branch. He returned at 10 at night after delivering the embroidery of the head lady of the family. Uncle Meng respectfully brought over the gifts Ji Hung had sent for them and mentioned the matter of the school to the third branch. The third branch had no embroidery, only specialties from Xiangqing, together with beautifully packaged tea and tobacco. The tea and tobacco were meticulously packaged by Xiaoqi, looking very appealing. After Uncle Meng left, Ji family's third master casually tossed the tea and tobacco aside, not bothering with them. Grandfather, Ji Lang frowned. The school they mentioned, no need to worry about it. Ji Hung had been following Uncle Meng these past few days, revisiting places Ji Wanxin used to frequent, but had been decades. Some places have been renovated, while others have been rebuilt. Only near the municipal government were there still old Western-style buildings and old buildings, but most were not open to the public. Before, Miss Wanxin wrote speeches right around here. Uncle Meng took Ji Hung to watch from across the street. "Young master, there are guards here, we can't get too close." Ji Hung nodded. "All right." From a distance, one could see the municipal center building, guarded at the main entrance. Entry required an ID. Ji Hung picked up his phone, wanted to take a photo to print out and bring back to Xiangqing for Ji Wanxin to see. Previously, he had done the same when viewing scenery. Uncle Meng was startled. "Young master, we can't take photos here." "Sorry." Ji Hung put away his phone. As they spoke, from a distance, they saw three young men coming out of the municipal center, accompanied by a person dressed in an administrative jacket, seeing them off. "Young master, let's step aside for a bit." Uncle Meng led Ji Hung to walk backward. Ji Hung's gaze still lingered on the plane trees beside the building. Ahead, while the three young men were about to get into a car, the middle one saw something and suddenly walked to the side. The middle-aged man in the administrative jacket followed him out. Seeing this, Uncle Meng quickly whispered again, "Young master, let's head the other way for now. We can come back to view it later." Ji Hung vaguely retracted his gaze, nodded, and left with Uncle Meng. Lit up a tobacco pipe. Behind him, Ning Xiao saw Ji Hung leaving and quickly called out to him, "Grandfather." He and Tang Ming had always addressed him following Bai Lian's example. Ji Hung, disconnecting from his emotions, turned around, seeing it was Ning Xiao. Stopped, "Little Ning." Ning Xiao was there for a project exchange that day. He approached quickly. "Grandfather, what are you doing here?" "Came to look at the municipal building." Ji Hung still held his phone. Ning Xiao, always a man of few words, succinctly introduced to the other two, Bai Lian's grandfather. Hearing he was Bai Lian's grandfather, Pei Qin and Wang Su immediately perked up. Pei Su bowed to Ji Hung, introducing himself with courtesy. "Grandfather, hello. I am Pei Qin, previously in a group with Bai Lian." Wang Su even bowed at 90 degrees. "Grandfather, welcome to Xiqing. My name is Wang Su. You can call me Little Wang." "Grandfather, are you here to see the municipal building? I can take you inside for a tour." Bai Lian's grandfather called Ning Xiao Little Ning, so he called him Little Wang. Rounding up, he was as formidable as Ning Xiao. Chapter 909, Extra 358/4. Sister Lian visits the Ji family. Ji Hung fell silent for a moment. "Has the municipal building changed much?" This was where Wang Su was out of his depth. He scratched his head and looked at Pei Qin. Pei Qin's family was involved in politics, with basically the entire family working there, and he had often been brought in and out of the place since elementary school. There hasn't been much change. "Are you going in?" Xiqing was an ancient city, preserving many historical sites. The municipal building was also a relic left over from the Republic era, so it hadn't been rebuilt or renovated. It was maintained and repaired on a regular basis every year. Ji Hung's gaze shifted to the phoenix tree beside him, and he lowered his eyes. "I've troubled you." "It's no trouble." Hearing that, Ji Hung wanted to go in. Pei Qin walked them toward the entrance while taking out his phone to make a call. He whispered a few words to the person on the other end of the line. He needed a few pass cards. The middle-aged man in a jacket saw that Pei Qin and his group hadn't left, so he waited for them at the entrance of the building. Su, who are these two gentlemen? Seeing Wang Su following behind Ji Hung, the middle-aged man was surprised. Uncle Chang, Wang Su introduced Ji Hung. This is the grandfather of a Jiang University classmate of mine. He's been visiting Xiqing for a few days and wants to go inside the municipal building for a visit. One could tell the attitude of these three young people, Wang Su, Ning Xiao, and Pei Qin, toward the old man. Uncle Chang extended his hand. Hello, welcome to Xiqing. Hello. The two shook hands. Pei Qin stood a few steps away on the phone, then looked up at Ji Heng's group. Grandpa, does your uncle also want to go together with you? Meng Shu saw Pei Qin's gaze fall on the person beside him, and he instinctively looked up. His gaze was somewhat blank as he looked at Pei Qin and the middle-aged man in front of him. Meng Shu had heard the introductions to Wang Su and Pei Qin just now. The Pei family of Xiqing and the young Master Pei Qin were well known. Even Meng Shu had heard of him. Of course, that was aside from whether this Pei Qin was indeed that young Master Pei. And as for the man in the administrative jacket, the one who often appeared on the news, how could Meng Shu not recognize him? Those who could address this Uncle Chang, one with the surname Wang and the other Pei, which household these two young masters came from, was there any need to guess? His reaction was slow, so by the time Pei Qin looked at him, Meng Shu hadn't managed to respond. Together, said Ji Hung. Pei Qin nodded, spoke a few more words into the phone, then hung up. Within less than 10 minutes, a staff member came out with 2 more temporary access cards and handed them to Ji Hung and Meng Shu. Meng Shu lowered his head, gazing at the card in his hand. The center featured an image of the entire municipal building. The top left corner bore the emblem of Xiqing and the name of the municipal building, and on the right was a stamp signature, Pei Yuanfu. The municipal building was grand and majestic. In front of the meeting room were several rows of dark wooden chairs on a red gold carpet, luxurious and solemn. Further inside, one could still see old equipment. Ji Hung stood at the end of the 3rd floor, looking at a wooden door that was locked at the very back. This place bore no sign. Seeing Ji Hung standing there without moving, Pei Qin looked back at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took a step forward and introduced to Ji Hung. Mr. Ji, this used to be an office for special intelligence gathering. Later, Xiqing ceased to have this department. It's been kept this way ever since. You may enter to have a look. With that, he asked someone to bring the keys. Soon after, someone arrived with keys to unlock the door. Inside, all that met the eye were old items, most covered with dust sheets, layered with dust. It had been a long time since anyone had come in, and the dust was thick. Sunlight poured in through the windows, clearly revealing the shape of the beams. The light's final resting place was on a pet computer in the corner. A computer over 40 years old, it was rare, integrating the main body, keyboard, and screen into one unit, like a miniature sofa. This was the first time Wang Su and the others had seen such an antique computer, and they were naturally curious. Ji Hung walked to the corner and slowly wiped the dust from the computer screen. Briefly thereafter, Ji Hung thanked Pei Qin and his group before leaving. Pei Qin and Ning Xiao saw him out. No sooner had they reached the downstairs than Ji Hung suggested they attend to their own matters, and then he headed to the parking lot with Meng Shu. Upon reaching the parking spot, Meng Shu held the car keys but forgot to unlock the car. A gust of cold wind blew, and he came to his senses. My lord, those two. Ji Hung didn't rush him to open the car door. Instead, he lowered his head, cupping a sparkler in one hand and lighting it. He gently exhaled a ring of smoke. Alien's friends. Alien. Meng Shu knew this was Ji Heng's granddaughter. The research base. While Yin and Tang Ming were busy creating a model. When they finished and came out, Ning Xiao still hadn't returned. Chapter 910. Side Story 358-4. Sister Lian comes to G family _2 Zhang Fulai was waiting outside, holding a wooden box in his hand. Upon seeing Bai Lian return, He put down the wooden box, slightly turned his head aside, and said, "The butler Jiang just had someone send this over. Have a look." Bai Lian, while removing her white lab coat, walked over. She reached out and casually lifted the lid of the wooden box. At first glance, she saw the embroidery inside. Snow plum. Compared to the last time, the snow plum embroidered this time was obviously of much higher quality. Especially, Bai Lian reached out to touch the embroidery and turned her head towards Jiang Fulai. "Do you not think the stitches of this snow plum look remarkably familiar?" Jiang Fulai. "Don't they all look the same?" Bai Lian. She had forgotten that he didn't have an artistic bone in his body. After a moment of silence, she took out her phone, took a photo, and sent it to Ji Hung. The stitches were somewhat like Ji Hung's technique, but they were more skillful than his. The reply from Ji Hung came back very quickly. "A master's work, Bai Lian. I think so too." After talking about the snow plum picture, Ji Hung also mentioned Pei Qin and Wang Su, saying he had taken him around the government building that afternoon and even let him take pictures. Jiang Fulai stood to the left of Bai Lian, watching her conversation with Ji Hung. Then his gaze lowered once again to the snow plum. Feeling downcast for a long while, he sent a message to Butler Jiang, confirming this picture of snow plum. Ji family. When Ji Hung returned, Ji Lang was in the hall chatting amiably with Missen. They were all smiles. It was apparent they had encountered something delightful. "Madam, this cloud brocade phoenix robe is going to cost you." Yu Guang, upon seeing Uncle Meng bringing Ji Hung home, saw Ji Lang lower his gaze and take a sip of tea, swallowing down the rest of the sentence he was about to say. Ji Hung had come to greet his elder sister-in-law. The matters in Xiqing were almost settled. He was planning to go back to Shanqing. Ji Wanxin previously had the best relationship with her sister-in-law. Ji Hing showed her great respect as well. "Want you stay a few more days?" the elder sister-in-law exclaimed in surprise. "I was just talking to Alung about getting in touch with some middle schools." Middle schools? Ji Hung remembered Xiaoqi. Even without considering the Ji family's influence, the bond between Bai Lian and Xiaoqi was unparalleled. If he wanted to continue his education, there would be no shortage of schools fighting to admit him. After all, everyone who came from Bai Lian's side was exceptional. He knew Xiaoqi just didn't want to waste any more time in school. "Madam, if he doesn't want to study, let him be." Ji Hung shook his head. "When he decides he wants to, then well, talk about it." Listening to Ji Hung's words, the elder sister-in-law looked completely bewildered. With such a solemn expression on Ji Hung's face, it was hard to believe he would indulge the younger generation to this extent. The child said he didn't want to go to school, and he actually didn't press the issue. Having spoken with the elder sister-in-law, Ji Hung then departed. He noticed Ji Lang was deliberately avoiding him and didn't inquire further, simply leaving. Off to the side, Uncle Ming glanced at Ji Hung's retreating back and then to Ji Lang, who looked indifferent. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but eventually chose to remain silent. It was only after Ji Lang left that he quietly relayed to the elder sister-in-law the events of the day. The Pei family? The Wang family? The elder sister-in-law looked shocked. It then occurred to her that she still didn't know the names of Ji Heng's granddaughter and grandson. All she knew was one was called Alien and the other Xiaoqi. His granddaughter also got into Jiang University, just like Wan Xin, the elder sister-in-law realized afterward. If the two of them claimed to be Bai Lian's classmates, they could only be university classmates. The young masters from the Pei and Wang families were students of Jiang University. Certainly, Uncle Ming squinted his eyes. He thought to himself that it was probably far more than just that. The respectful attitude that Master Pei and young Master Wang from the Wang family had just now towards Ji Hung was almost reverential. A day later, Ji Hung was set to leave Xiqing and return to Shanqing. There was still work to be done at the Bai Lian base, and she had to take Pei Qin and Wang Su with her. So Bai Lian left Pei Qin and Wang Su in the care of Jiang Fulai for the time being. Xiaoqi had just arrived in Xiqing today. Bai Lian went to find Xiaoqi and, along the way, pick up Ji Hung for the airport. She made a phone call to Ji Hung, saying she would come pick him up. Ji Hung didn't have much to pack, just a black briefcase containing a few old items that Ji Wanxin had cherished. Uncle Meng and Grandma both came to see Ji Hung off. Ji Hung packed an oil paper wrap package and, tilting his head, said to Uncle Meng, "No need to see me off. Alien will take a detour to pick me up." Grandma and Uncle Meng had become very sensitive to the name Alien these past couple of days. Upon hearing Ji Hung's words, Grandma stood up. "Wangxin's granddaughter? She's coming? Has she arrived? Have her come inside and take a look around." Ever since Uncle Meng speculated that Bai Lian might be a student at Jian University, Grandma had been unable to calm down. When she married into the Ji family, Ji Wanxin was only in middle school, and the two had a very close relationship. Especially after hearing that she attended the same university as Ji Wanxin, she was even more eager to meet the alien that Ji Hung mentioned. She had hinted at it a few times, but Ji Hung had not responded to her queries. "Shall be here soon," Ji Hung said as he opened a drawer and took out another wooden windmill, pondering for a moment. She might not come in. This was a toy that Ji Wanxin had played with as a child. Grandma could no longer care about that, and was about to head out to wait for Bai Lian. Uncle Meng hurriedly took her arm. "Grandma, you shouldn't go out into the cold. He'll go wait for Miss Alien." "All right." Grandma also realized she had been too anxious and sat down again, but her eyes still lingered towards the door. "You go quickly." Outside the Ji family's main gate, Uncle Meng ran over, huffing and puffing. He looked towards the end of the road and saw a car slowly approaching in less than 10 minutes. It had a local Jiangjing license plate. The car stopped right outside the Ji family's main gate. Uncle Meng straightened up immediately and saw the passenger side door open and a casually dressed person step out. He recognized one of them as someone he had just met at the tea house a few days ago. Uncle Meng confirmed that this was indeed the car of Ji Heng's granddaughter. At the same time, the person in the back seat also opened the door and bent over to step out. In a white hoodie and beige casual pants, and lifting their head against the light, long fingers played with his cell phone, squinting in the direction of the main gate. Uncle Meng had been in Jiangjing for many years and had seen his share of exceptionally beautiful people. Xiqing had always been home to beauties, and Ji Wanxin herself was once the ravishing beauty of Xiqing. The Ji family's young masters and young ladies were all quite attractive, but none could hold a candle to the girl in front of him. Uncle Meng was taken aback for a moment before he finally came to his senses and walked forward. "Are you Miss Alien?" "Yes, hello." Bai Lian nodded slightly towards him. "The master is still packing. It's cold outside. Let me take you inside to wait for him. Have a cup of hot tea." Uncle Meng gestured, inviting Bai Lian in. Bai Lian gave him a glance, considered briefly, and then stepped onto the elevator. The casually dressed person behind her kept a distance of a few meters, following neither too far nor too close. The Ji family's house was a Chinese-style courtyard, not too large. Upon entering, one could see someone cleaning up trash, with green trash bins filled to the brim. Bai Lian initially glanced casually, but the next second, something on the trash bin caught her eye, making her squint and pause to take a closer look. Uncle Meng noticed Bai Lian had stopped and saw that she was looking casually at the trash bin to the left, her expression unreadable. He also looked over and saw a familiar corner of a gift box protruding from the left-hand bin. Feeling uneasy, he watched as Bai Lian reached out, not minding the grime, and pulled the entire gift box out. The brand-new, unopened gift box, she recognized it. It was the one Xiaoqi had carefully packaged for the tea leaves. Bai Lian looked down with an indifferent expression, gently brushed a leaf off the elegant gift box, and looked at it before tilting her head slightly. Where did this come from? Chapter 911, Extra Episode 360, Chapter 5. The dominance of Bai Lian, the gift boxes Xiaoqi packaged, were all under the guidance of Sun Chun, and both had quite the aesthetic. Both the wooden boxes and their decorations had a charming appeal. At the time, Uncle Meng also helped bring them back, and he had a deep impression of these boxes and recognized them at a glance. Which family would carelessly throw this gift box out as trash? Uncle Meng's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, the next second, the cleaning staff politely said, "This is from the third master's yard." Third master? Balian didn't know who he was, but thanked the person anyway. "Thank you." She held the gift box in her hand and continued walking inside with Uncle Meng, looking at him with the same casual and loose expression as before. Seeing Uncle Meng looking over, she gave him a polite smile. It seemed she wasn't bothered by the gift box from the trash bin. Despite her gentle expression, Uncle Meng felt somewhat uneasy for reasons unknown. By the time Bai Lian arrived, Ji Hung had almost finished packing his things. Ji family's second master stood in the middle of the hall, ready to return to Xiangqing with Ji Hung. He held a hand-rolled cigarette and looked towards the left at the embroidery frame. "If you're not bringing her back, you should at least let me pay my respects to her. It's been 40 years. Ji family's second master actually knew that when Wan Xin was at home, she often contacted the municipal people. Later, after getting into Jiangjing University and getting together with Mu Hong, the two of them vanished from public view, with no news and no way to trace them. Back then, Ji family's second master guessed that Wan Xin and Mu Hong might already be people of the state. He couldn't really blame Mu Hong. Even without him, Wan Xin would have made the same choice. What he couldn't let go of was that Ji Hung hadn't contacted them for so long and hadn't brought Wan Xin back either. Ji Hung was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Now it's possible." Great Aunt stood aside, quietly sighing. The Ji family was now in a state of heated rivalry. Compared to the hastily ambitious third branch, Great Aunt preferred the composed second branch. Recently, though, the third branch had delivered frequent successes, especially with securing a cooperation in Jiangjing. This cooperation was still a mystery to Great Aunt. 4G family's second master, leaving at this juncture was more disadvantageous than beneficial. She knew she couldn't dissuade G family's second master. She sighed and saw two people walking through the door. In the dead of winter, the girl wore a white sweatshirt, looking quite frail. She stepped over the threshold and gracefully entered. The dimly lit room became bright instantly because of her arrival. Great Aunt's gaze shifted towards her, and without needing Uncle Meng to introduce her, she knew this must be alien that Ji Hung had mentioned. Such was her distinctive flair. This seemed to surprise Ji family's second master somewhat. Bai Lian entered, greeting politely. Her eyes unobtrusively surveyed the room's furnishings, somewhat guessing what her grandmother did. Actually, there was no need to guess. The Mu family had nothing to do with embroidery, and Ji Hung's embroidery skills obviously came from someone else. "This is my granddaughter, Bai Lian." Seeing Bai Lian, Ji Hung's expression softened considerably. Chin slightly lifted as he introduced her to the room. It was clear how proud he was. As for the gift box in Bai Lian's hands, Ji Hung glanced at it and then averted his gaze, seemingly guessing where it came from, and not really caring much about it. Ji Hung needed to catch a flight and didn't stay long. Great Aunt saw them out, and, as they were leaving, left Bai Lian, "Good child, do you want to stay at Ji family for a few days? Let your grandparents go back first." "Thank you, but I have other things to attend to," Bai Lian politely declined. After the car drove away, Great Aunt then walked back, remarking to Uncle Meng about Bai Lian, Jiangjing University, still so well-behaved. Truly a descendant of Wan Xin. She carries her grace. Back in the courtyard, Great Aunt remembered the gift box Bai Lian had brought. In Great Aunt's room, there were two similar boxes. "It's from the third master's room." Uncle Meng honestly spoke. The third master might not have noticed and accidentally threw away the box. Miss Bai picked it up from the trash bin. Great Aunt was shocked. Even if they didn't like it, they could have just set it aside, not thrown it into the trash bin. What kind of manners was that? She had someone look for Ji family's third master. Although Ji family's third master didn't care for the gift, he wouldn't have discarded it. It might have been placed in a corner with some refuse last night and got cleared out by the servants by mistake, he explained. "Call them later and explain the situation." Great Aunt sighed. Ji family's third master responded, Changing the topic, the Che family also sent some embroidery, but in the end, we were slightly better off. In a few days, I'm planning to invite that butler for a meal. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.